Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the tales of... Hello? Oh, there we go. Oh, it doesn't like me. Hang on. Let's try that again. Let's try that one more time. What is happening here? Hang on. I cannot see my mouse. What the heck? There we go. That'll do it. Right. Well. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? I'm Otho Valentinius, and for a day and a half I've been the one and only Roadwarden. And I'm not sure there's much more I need here. I've done everything I really need to do. I think. Let me see. Yeah, I think I did everything I needed last night. Now it's time, I guess, to go ahead and keep traveling. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention, not only to the shadows of the trees, but also the tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and fine ambush spots. I keep an eye out for any sign of life. What do we have here, I wonder? Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices, no tools, no work, no steps. Dozens of birds live among the collapsed roofs, their fluttering, singing, and squawking is free of worries. If you want to travel any further, you need to ride around the palisade. Searching the ruins may take a lot of time. The broken gate in the north will lead you to the village. The sound of a gentle river reaches you from the east, where you see a soggy fence surrounding an overgrown pasture. Behind the burnt building in the east, you see an oddly barren field. I approach the building near the field. The broken logs and planks are charred, while the wooden walls are rotten and covered with moss. You see no ashes or dust, proving that the fire happened long ago. The smell is awful, and there are no reasons to stay behind. You see no furniture, just some broken shelves. It was just a storage room. The valuable odds and ends were already taken by the scavengers. I take a closer look at the gate. The palisade is in good shape, and the entrance wasn't even touched by the fire. It was torn away, possibly thrown. The amount of used force must have been huge, but you'd expect that would push the gate into the village, not away from it. You don't see any marks of a dragon bite. A troll could toss such planks, but after so many years you see no paw prints. A mage? You can't really tell. I move forward. Where do you want to go? I inspect the fields to the southwest. You're surrounded by what looks like a field plowed in late autumn, disturbed by hundreds of rains and snowfalls. There's a few clumps of grass and wheat, but a place like this one, abandoned for years, should have already turned itself into green lea. A barren field? Maybe it was overused, but you would still expect the weeds to sprout. A curse? The path leading west from here ends at the edge of a large, shifting meadow, and then a forest. In the north, you see a path leading around the palisade. I don't have a way to investigate. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. Where do you want to go? I inspect the palisade in the west. The tracks of human footwear and many, many more ape footprints cover the path formed around the palisade's breach. As far as you can tell, the freshest footprints lead to the village. The wooden stakes spread on the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of animal or goblin food, though you'd expect them to hunt for the birds and eggs. A meadow in the west turns into a forest quickly. The grasses in the north surround dozens of tree stumps, already covered with moss and fungi. Going south, you'll reach a large field, though you don't see any crops. I shouldn't enter the forest, especially not in this area. It's unpredictable. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. Where do you want to go? I inspect the clearing in the west. The meadow is lush and colorful, and so dense it's unsafe for a rider. For a couple of minutes, you lead Walker with a rope, avoiding a potential disaster in case of a hoof falling into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have comparable size. They were most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals, though cutting so many trees at once, that alone could provoke the wrath of the herds. Such a process should spread across a couple of seasons, and you can't be sure that that was the case. In the west and north, the clearing turns into a wild forest. In the east, you can see a road leading north. I leave the clearing. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. I inspect the pasture to the southeast. You don't find a single sign of livestock that lived here in the past. Any bones, horns, antlers, or dung have already been devoured by the wilderness. The pasture ends at the river. On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could get there and survive? The breach in the southern fence wasn't made by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the spots that were ultimately broken away. After all these years, there are no tracks that you could follow. I return to the main road. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. Where do you wish to go? Well, I explored most of the outside of the village, so let's try to explore a little bit of the inside. Carefully. I explore the southwest part of the village. The buildings, some of which have collapsed, are made of wood, now charred and rotten. You spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. They could belong to a dragonling or a large wolf, larger than the gray ones, or a corpse eater. Too many options to make a guess. Yet no beast remains in sight. You find the remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seems to be of use. A basket-like fish trap made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it won't be able to get out on its own. It's quite large, but I can fit it on my saddle. Your stomach makes you let out a painful groan. Where do you want to go? Oh man. My tummy ache's getting worse. I explore the southeast part of the village. Do we know why the stomach pain is happening? Or did it just start after seeing the field? It started after seeing the field, I'm not sure. And it's been getting worse the longer I stay here. I'm gonna see how long I can tough it out before it starts doing bad things to me. Hey, what's up, Justin Everyday Reyes? You find a small backyard. The ground is beaten, the grass grows only right next to the buildings. It would have been a fair spot for training dancers and fighters. The stakes of the palisade are covered with playful carvings left by children who were portraying monsters and weapons and humans. The rubble has been pushed to the corners of houses, the furniture is broken. but you find something of use in one of the piles, a slightly rusty piece of steel. Once you pull it out, you realize it's a quarrel for a crossbow. It's still usable. It won't be difficult to find a use for it. The closer you are to the village and the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. The taste of gastric juices hits your mouth and your forehead hurts. You start to stumble. Walker, worried by the sight, pokes your head with its nose. Yeah, I don't think I should try and tough it out. There's clearly something that's wrong here. I want to see if I can get a better idea of what's happening here before I explore more. I walk far away from the walls. Leaning on your mount, you go outside, keeping your mouth shut. After a few minutes, your eyes get clearer. It may be better to leave, or at least stay away from the village for the rest of the day. You stop and touch your aching stomach. Where do you want to go? I go to the road leading north from the village. You're at the closed northern gate. The neglected road is partially overgrown. You hear a river in the east separated by the lush meadow filled with crickets and rodents. I take a closer look at the gate. Pushed or pulled, it doesn't move an inch. Someone has spread dirt and rocks both underneath it and around it, seemingly to keep the planks stuck on the ground. Alright. I head to the river. You see a quenching family of boars, some of them brown, some of them black. You consider turning back, but they pay you little attention. After a couple of grunts, they run north. The river's not too wide, yet unusually deep, with banks altered by the locals for decades, if not centuries. The water is cold, clean, yet filled with long plants growing from the bottom. You would rather avoid jumping inside or drinking from it, but you're tempted to at least wash your face, neck, and hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish are looking for tasty leaves, but also try to avoid their predators. A dance of life, completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something else buried among the kelp. A rusty sickle sticking out of the ground. A couple of stone axes and hoes. The wooden handles and large wagon are covered with moss, but you recognize their shapes. Why would someone drop them here? On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. Huh. I turn back. I won't get much cleaner without a proper bath, but I don't think washing myself in the river would really do me any good at this point. Maybe if I'm coming back here and I get dirty again. Should I set up the fish trap though? What do you think? I think that might be worth it. If you're starving, I'm not exactly starving. I'm good on nourishment. And I've got rations. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll think better of setting up my fish trap near the cursed village. Let's keep going this way. You enter the wetlands with their many streams, ponds, and fish. Large birds run and fly between the gray, sparse trees that are covered with moss. Mushrooms and critters for a human, it may be unwelcoming in harsh realm, but the overwhelming swarm of insects prove that it's a realm full of life. The danger with teeth and claws is hidden below the water's surface. I stay away from the bangs. Hmm. This plant shouldn't be alive, not without leaves. It doesn't resemble any of the other trees of the wetlands. It's something else. You get off your horse and prepare your axe. The water is filled with dirt and dead plants. It smells like an old corpse. The roots are spreading far, breaking through the water's surface. You don't see any saurians in the grasses or on the shore. You approach the table-like altar made of 3 limestone slabs, where rocks were originally as formless as they are now, or was there a point in time centuries ago when they were precisely shaped and decorated by masters of artistry? There's no way to tell. Walker is peacefully observing the dark grass and slapping flies with its tail. However, it is what you feel in the air. It's clear that your companion sees this place through very different eyes. I smile and scratch the bottom of its neck. Go ahead. I'll look around for just a moment. Or, I know there are dark forces hidden here. I ask the right for a vigilant eye and a bright soul. Yeah, this doesn't look quite right. Let us pray. You bow your head, trying to imagine an appropriate ritual. Whenever you start a thought, it runs away, to the sounds of insects, visions, and predators, smells of the muddy water. You rub your hands, focusing on what's in your grasp, collecting your wits slowly. It takes a few moments, but you start breathing without sensing the stench. You arrange all the chaotic images into cohesive utterance. Your prayer is brief, but once it's done, you feel prepared. I'll look into the water first. You step cautiously without knowing how deep it gets. You have to consider that a saurian could be camouflaged in the mud, waiting for a victim to get near. Since you don't plan to kneel down and drink, you're hoping to dodge a potential strike. Once you get closer, you start breathing again. While the water is dirty, it's also shallow. You see the vegetation swimming insects, and even small fish. All of them stay away from the tree roots, which look like a spider web covering the bottom of the pond. Aside from that, you don't see anything that would catch your attention. I'll take a closer look at the roots. You kneel in front of one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles that on your arm. When you touch it, it's moist, soft, and warmer than you'd expect. I don't know. Should I do something with it? I'm pretty inquisitive. I'll do something with it. What do you try to do? Um... Example, kick. Let's try... Pluck hair. You either can't do that, or I don't understand you. Okay. Poke. The root is moist, soft, and weirdly warm. I'd do something else. Shave? Tickle? You either can't do that or I don't understand you. Pet? Hold? The root doesn't resist your touch, and you can easily bend it. You hold it tightly in your hands, and your hands sink into it like it's soft pillow. You feel its warmth, but when you hold it for a fair bit, you notice a gentle itching on your skin. Ugh. Alright, I'm done fucking around with it. I stand up. Let's approach the altar. There's clumped dirt in the uneven nicks, fused by years of winds and rains. The bottom surface of the table is dusty, but you don't see any spiderwebs or mold, even though it's a perfect spot for them. The tree roots cling to the altar in many spots. They're firmly attached. You struggle to move them even by an inch. The cream-colored limestone is cold and smooth. I try to make an offering. I don't want to make an offering to this thing, I don't think. I'll walk away. Alright. What do you think, chat? Should I go up or down? North or south? Down? Let's go down. The shapes of mountains are cutting through the horizon. The water gets gradually less muddy. The cleaner it gets, the more animals you see. A family of deer blocks the road, resting and enjoying the cold water, which would be deadly for a human stomach. You consider riding around them, through the sparse meadow, but your presence also causes them disquiet. Without much haste, they regroup and run east into the leafy forest. You've reached the Hag Hills, the wall of stones that has blocked the city's grasp. The one well-established route through them leads through the valley where you'll find Tulia's camp. There are no maps of the Highlands nor local tribes, only stories. The beaten path leads you to the garden beds of herbs and vegetables to an old yet not abandoned mine, hidden behind a massive door made of steel. I look around. There's no hitching rail for a mount. A bearded, skinny elder sits on a bench, observing you like a sculpture with his legs crossed and his fingers interlocked in his abdomen. Let's see. I can be friendly. Good day to you. Don't worry about my horse. I'll keep it away from your garden. I look around. I think something has swallowed your wall, old man. Better move your veggies inside. I get off my horse respectfully. Without a word, I observe him from the saddle silently. Or I get off my horse with a lowered head and approach him. I'm seeking your guidance, old man. Let's be friendly. Good day to you. Don't worry about my horse. I'll keep it away from your garden. Only worms too stupid to understand me would eat what's mine. You dismount and mention that your palfrey is no worm, but the man reprimands you with a thick accent. Let me see you whilst you speak. I cannot hear without magic, but I'll read your lips. He doesn't yell, but his voice reminds you of a combat instructor from the city. His face is wrinkled, but he sits straight, with a beard and hair still carrying glimpses of fair blonde. He's tanned like a worker, and his eyes are blue and piercing, as if they belonged to an infant. You're not from here, and I will
And I will welcome a stranger in this refuge. Say what you're looking for and be gone.
Knowledge. I've read about people like him in rights tablets. You ponder about his unusual vigor in the unguarded garden. He may be a spiritual leader of a pagan community, most likely. Most likely a spellcaster. Druids try to protect others from nature's wrath by teaching them to respect the laws of balance and restraint. Different tribes develop their own traditions, but you know that in this province, such priests prefer to be addressed as forest speakers. I explain who I am. What do you call him? Forest speaker. He lowers his head and closes his eyes, taking slow, deep breaths, forcing you to wait in silence. The elder is tall, with long hair and beard that it was let loose a long time ago. His sandals are covered in dust, and you spot dirt on his clothes and skin. The woolen tunic and linen were made with care, decorated with colorful threads at the collar and sleeves. Now all the blues and greens have faded, and the fabric is held together by patches and stitches. He unfolds his hands and puts them on his lap, palms up.
You know our customs, at least some of them. Those who know how to bow to the trees will never suffer from wild creatures.
I wait for him to look at me. The man stands up and approaches your palfrey. Without touching it, he observes its eyes, mane, stomach, and rear. Walker ignores this examination.
My nose was right, then. Astarion is dead, as are his plans. Such is the fate of all dreamers.
He turns to you with a grim look.
Are you going to look for him?
You nod.
Why? If he's vanished into the fogs, there's no point in putting yourself in danger. What do you expect to find?
What would Otho say in this situation? It's a job. There's a reward for finding him. He may need my help. I need to know what kind of danger he encountered. If he's dead, I want people to know about it. Did you name some dude Astarion? No. This is in the base game. I didn't do this at all. Astarion is the previous Roadwarden before us, and his name is a complete coincidence. If someone tried to make him disappear, they deserve to face justice. There's no reason why you need to know that. Hmm. I need to know what kind of danger he encountered. He's observing you carefully.
Do you plan to get rid of this danger, or maybe learn from Astarion's mistakes? Or are you still thinking about leaving this land for good?
He starts to chuckle.
Only the right questions will bring you the answers.
With lively steps, he heads towards the spring. He washes his hands once again, forcing you to wait. He tries to dictate the pace of the conversation and put me in my place. His voice is warm.
So, how can I help you?
Well, obviously he's Metastarian. What can you tell me about the peninsula?
I've lived here for almost a century. Traveled both the paths and through. Traveled both the paths and through the wilderness.
His voice becomes stronger and makes you think of a bard.
But I'll never be a guide nor a teacher. And if there's anything I can wish for, it's just that you would stay away from the woods. The creatures get angrier the more that we take from them. They do not listen to our warnings, and one day they'll bury us under a storm of claws and fangs. There'll be no soul to spare a tear for us.
His eyes are harsh as a hawk's, making him look like a priest who hears a child asking for honey on a day of ceremonial fasting.
Do not poke the hornet's nest. Do not ride east. And never use the path that runs through the heart of this land. That road was meant to save time, but only brings death. Be a servant, nay an overseer. Do not try to bend this place to your will.
He points at you and wags his finger after every word.
Your will, anyone's will, is the key to danger, not salvation.
I need to take some risks to achieve my goals. He's observing your lips.
Do you need anything else?
What can you tell me about this place?
Your eye sees what there's to know. People found copper in the cave. It's been abandoned for a long time now. So we turned it into a shelter to stay close to the sacred tree and its altar. We're servants, my wife and I, and this place is nothing more than a servant's house.
I've heard about some bandits. Were they bothering you? He strokes his beard, but then grasps it nervously.
There are souls who steal from White Marshes, a village in the north. They wouldn't have dared to show up here, but those brigands are brutes, simpletons. Ever their leader, Glaucia, listens only to force and will humiliate for the enjoyment of her band. She will never be afraid of some lost Roadwarden.
He lets go of his beard and lowers his head.
She's drifted so far away from her old self. A kind, bright girl from the Gale Rocks, loved by her parents, but now, do not cross her, or she'll find you.
Can you tell me anything about the altar near the crossroads in the north? He smiles.
'Tis the tree that you should pay attention to. The true gift from the forest. It answers to our offerings and rewards us with its magnificent fruits. They heal both shell and soul and make anyone who eats them stronger than they were. We gather around this altar whenever the winter ends, and whilst it requires a painful sacrifice from us all, it prepares one soul for the future like nothing else could.
I dabble in a bit of herbalism. Any chance you'd sell me some of the woundwort you've grown here? He looks at you with a renewed curiosity, then rests at the wooden bench from where he glances at the pink flowers. His beard shakes as he tilts his head forward.
Wishing to help the wounded, I see. A notable goal.
Once his eyes turn towards your lips, you see a doubting, raised brow.
'Tis a good season to pick their flowers and leaves, but you leave me with nothing but the bare stalks and black tubers in the soil, and I quite like those tubers. You wish to take the oils away, take care of the rest.
It shouldn't take more than an hour. Very well.
Grab yourself a cloth from the bucket. Keep your knees from dirt.
His tone is not a hint of light-hearted invitation. It's an order of a master addressing their pupil, a statement as undisputed as the color of the sky. You put away your belongings and grab both the cloth and a small spade placed next to it. As you prepare Walker to graze in peace, you notice a horned bear among the nearby trees just down the path. It completely ignores your presence as you're reaching for the axe. You hear a calm voice of the elder.
Let the beast drink in peace. They seek no harm.
After a minute or so, you place the cloth on the ground and kneel on it. You start by cutting away the oily parts of the plants with your dagger and placing them on a wax-soaked linen cloth, hoping they'll stay somewhat fresh before the season ends. You stop caring about the way they color your fingers with green and pink. You don't have to be gentle either. After all, you plan to remove the wound warts in their entirety. The man interrupts you before you start digging.
I do not expect there's many herbs growing in the city.
You look at him and wipe your forehead with a sleeve. Once you learn how to read, you can find a lot in the herbaria. The monastery has a great garden with all sorts of valuable plants and caretakers willing to share their knowledge. My neighbors used to be farmers before they lost their home in the war. They helped me a lot. People do have gardens in the city on roofs outside of the wall and in small beds. Otho would probably say this. Once you learn how to read, you can find a lot in the herbaria. He opens and closes his mouth. You return to your work, but after a few minutes, the man interrupts you again.
What does a codex like this look like? Are there instructions kept on parchment?
You describe the richness stored among hundreds of pages, how each plant is both described and drawn with at least a couple of vivid colors. Through discussion and experiments, the monks gathered knowledge about the cultivation and usage of various herbs.
There are cooking and alchemical recipes as well, though kept in
There are cooking and alchemical recipes as well, though kept in other books. You finish your tale, the man thinks about your tale, and so you move on with your task. You stab the soil with the spade, getting to the black rhizomes and roots you can find. The man tells you to leave the garden bed as it is, so he can add some animal dung to it. You've gathered a small pile of yellowish, worm-like tubers, still covered in dirt. Not much longer than a finger and disturbingly twisted. You gesture at the results of your work, but the man frowns and looks towards the pond.
You forgot to wash them, herbalist.
I begrudgingly carry the tubers to the bank. You get closer to a tiny waterfall. You stand across it and let the cool water do your job for you. In the meantime, washing your hands, the refreshing touch tempts you to take a sip as well. Finally, you put the tubers on the bench, and the old man, without comment, grabs one of them, puts it in his mouth, and chews it with a hint of a smile. Your mount just woke up from its short nap. I want to know what happened to the village in the east.
And I'm not willing to tell you that.
He raises his chin and his beard shakes.
That shameful tale ought to be kept in the past for the sake of the living.
Okay. What can you tell me about the druids? He strokes his beard gently.
I will not share our past with strangers. We are of in for the people of Howler's Den and for the lands around it.
He doesn't trust me enough to tell me about the druids. Seems like the path at the heart of the woods is quite dangerous.
It has a long and dark past and already caught many souls of its builders. 'Tis paved with blood, and last 10 years revealed it was all for nothing. Since the days of...
He glances at you, once again surprising you with how shiny and lively the blueness of his eyes is.
Of grand discord. The tribes of this land are locking themselves in their fields and houses, too afraid to leave them behind, too untrusting to meet other souls unguarded. 'Tisna the first road to be claimed back by the wilderness, and will not be the last.
You ask if he has any tips for you on how to survive such a trip, and he tells you it would be wiser to just avoid it. He then reaches to his pocket, grabs a leaf, and puts it to his mouth, chewing gently.
Death may take many paths to us, stranger, but cats are the one enemy that's both as dangerous in stealth as in combat. No human can fight it alone. If you see one of them and it's too late, do not provoke it. Make it wary, but not scared. Look big, talk a lot, seek its action in its eyes.
Okay. I'm looking for a job.
I believe your goodwill, and I'm in need of your help.
He gestures for you to follow him to the pond.
'Tis not a dangerous task, but one that I can accomplish myself. And my spells are enough to ask animals to fetch for me.
He speaks very slowly.
At the northern end of the coast, you'll find Gale Rocks.
Asterion? Gale Rocks? This is seeming like it's less and less of a coincidence.
A village of fishers. One of them is in my debt, and I want you to collect what's mine. You want to ask him about this debt?
You want to ask him about this debt, but he doesn't look at you. He points at a shiny, large fish with orange and golden scales that's swimming just nearby.
This gorgeous creature is an empress carp, one of the few animals that thrive in both in the seas and in the lakes.
I wait for him to look at me.
You don't
You don't know where the man found the large worm that he now drops in the water, feeding his pet.
Go to that place. Find Photios. He's a young father, an ocean folk with scars on his neck, which he will not hide. Ask for a male empress carp, but beware. I need it alive so I can mate with the one I have.
He stands up and approaches you.
I do not sleep on dragon bones, but there's Numa in my blood. I'll use some of it to heal your wounds, though no more than once. That's fair.
I agree.
I'm glad. The Empress carp we have keeps our water clean of leeches, at least as much as it can. One more would help us greatly.
How can you survive in this place all by yourself? His raised voice makes him sound like a preacher.
One day, me and my wife will be defenseless old people, but we've studied Numa and leaves for many decades. I heal wounds and illnesses of humans and animals alike, and the beasts listen to our whispers. The holy sea lets our shells wait for death and strength.
Have you met Asterion? He wanders among the garden beds from time to time, touching leaves at hand.
He was here more than once. He was not one to stand aside and let events play out by themselves. The villagers from the north are sometimes in need of assistance, and Asterion was serving them as a messenger.
He bends down and tears away a small flowerless plant.
He wanted to settle down among these roads, maybe live freely. He had great plans, and wanted to make this realm flourish, to rebuild the ruins, get rid of the brigands, and clear the trade route. I told him that the forest needs Nay more people in that this realm is too wild to feed and clothe everyone. His greed and dreams have eaten him, and now he is no more.
He pauses, and you can hear his heavy breathing as if he's getting tired. He straightens up.
And that's that, traveler. If you want to look for a shell, travel north, far north. People there should know what he is, where he is.
I'll do just that. Can I enter the cavern? I need a place to rest.
Why would I allow a stranger to do such a thing?
That is fair enough. Alright, well, we've got 6 hours before dusk. And it'll take 2 hours to travel to the Pelt of the North. I think we can explore one more place before heading back to the Pelt of the North. Unless I find a different shelter. You slow down among the shrubs. A small pack of dragonlings is feasting on the carcass of a grey auroch. One of them, with red feathers on its arms, straightens up and gives you a curious glance. Its head tilts left and right, forward and back. It screeches at you, but it doesn't move forward and returns to its meal. You wonder what would happen if you were on foot. Would they have let you be, satisfied with their prey? Or would they run after you? But if so, for what reason? For now, you have enough space to move forward, yet stay safe. The powerful jaws break the monster's bones loudly, then bite off and swallow chunks of meat. I ride forward, but keep my distance and look over my shoulder. The beaten old road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter, and there are dozens of human-made paths among the fruit-bearing trees. On your right, there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mouflons. 2 of them, already sheared, look comically small. After that, you ride alongside vast, flourishing fields filled with rye, still green, preparing itself patiently for the second harvest. What is the so-called coincidence with Asterion? Well, just that this game has a character named Asterion, and a very popular game that came out recently also has a character named Asterion. That's the coincidence. Oh my goodness. Hey, Mr. Rabbit. Thank you for the raid to the party of 37. How's it going? Corpse go boom. Golly, I hope not. That'd be crazy. But welcome, everybody. Hope you had a fantastic time over at Hey, Mr. Rabbit stream. Do you guys want to see my channel trailer?
stop killing people. I'm literally neurodivergent, and also a minor. Well,
Howdy, name's Mitsuo, but you can call me Poison.
I mean, I got.
I am a genius! Oh no!
I need to pop out a fucking baby! I need to fuck! I need to come!
Wait, does that mean I win? I'll take the ugly one with the hairy. Safety is my number one priority.
Fellas.
21.
Oh, sorry.
And there it is. I plan on making a full-length version for my YouTube VODs channel. But yes, that's going to be going up on my Twitch. And that's what you can expect from sticking around and watching my streams here. But probably not this one. This one is much less low-key than that. I think Rabbit's going to go lay down for a bit. Probate came in and killed his debt monkey. I see. Fair enough. I'm glad that happened. I see the debt monkey's corpse is the one that exploded. 10K, Jesus Christ, Probate. Well, good on him, and I'm happy for Rabbit as well. He used the Nutbuster Rock from BG3 and cast Testicular Annihilation? Well, goddamn. What do you say to that? Well, I hope you all had fun over at Hey Mr. Rabbit stream. Rabbit, if you're still there, thanks for stopping by, brother. I'm happy for you. And we're playing Roadwarden. Roadwarden is a text-based RPG that came out, I don't think, too terribly long ago. We're playing as my boy Otho Valentinius here. Otho the Roadwarden. His character class is Scholar. He's literate, and his education helps him solve many mysteries. He's also good with alchemy. But he's not very clean. We've just entered what looks to be maybe a new town. Which is good, because the day is getting late. The beaten road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter, and there are dozens of human-made paths along fruit-bearing trees. On your right, there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mouflons. 2 of them already sheared look comically small. Soon after that, you ride alongside vast flourishing fields filled with rye, still green, preparing itself patiently for the second harvest. Otho isn't a clean dude. He's been riding his horse for a long time. Hang on, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. This shit's getting annoying. Ugh. Ah. I can finally bloody smell. The path ends with a massive wooden gate. The stone wall separating you from the glow of lights behind it isn't as tall as the roofs, but you can't imagine climbing to its top. There are pretty much no cracks, no missing bricks, a sign of many hours of labor, especially considering how massive the settlement is, as a wide city district. Or as wide as a city district. The birds and monkeys are just now a distant echo, replaced with the sounds of carts, running, hammers, saws, laughter, and shouts. Finally, maybe I can rest here. A young man is leaning against the closed gate, covered by its shadow. He's young, tanned, and has a short, elegantly trimmed red beard. Beneath the green gambeson he wears, an expensive tunic is decorated with a colorful trim. From his arm hangs a steel helmet, though the metal is so thin that it's mostly made of wood and leather. He moves into the light and takes on the posture of a disciplined soldier, not a mercenary. He's standing upright with his chin up. There are two weapons on the ground, leaning on the wooden beams of the gate. An axe made of steel and a wooden club. He doesn't reach for either. You dismount smoothly, still having some vigor left. Walker holds its tail high. The narrow path leads north towards two field workers, one with a hoe and one with a pitchfork. They wave at you. You can't see their faces, but their clothes are simple gray pants and vests made from hemp and wool. I wave back. Why not? They talk for a bit toward you, looking toward you and pointing at your mount, then walk away, disappearing behind the wall's corner. The guard smiles, yet avoids your eyes, and has to clear his throat before he speaks.
Welcome, traveler. If you're here to make trouble, Howler's Den welcomes you. We have the whitest flour there is.
When he bows, you realize it's a well-practiced performance.
If it's new garments you're looking for, you can order everything you need right here. In all colors, shapes, and sizes. Capes, boots, vests, robes, or if you are yourself a master of the needle, I can assure you we have the fabric you're looking for.
His act is over and he glances at your mount in a moment of silence. His eyes get wider as he observes it with childlike fascination. This is Walker. It helps me patrol the roads. You can pet its side if you want, but no sudden movements. He follows your instructions. Even though your palfrey pays no attention to the man's careful touch, the guard grins widely. I'm Otho, your new Roadwarden. I want to see your mare.
A city folk, eh? The mayor's busy, but I'll ask her. Give us a moment to let you in.
He knocks at the gate, which is then pulled inward by two other guards. A man and a woman wearing their own gambesons. Similarly green, but tailor-made to match their figures. The nearby buildings are simple houses made of wooden beams covered with thatch, while the storehouse is even more modest with a roof made of planks. The watchtower has a ladder made of ropes and sticks, no stairs.
Just give me a moment.
The guard strides away before he finishes the last word. The others close the gate behind you and observe your mount carefully. Your eyes run east to a humming creek running through the center of the village. Well, I suppose there's no point in hurrying. We're already in the city, so we can probably find a place to take shelter. Oh yeah, Otho was filthy before he met with Oselmir Harlan. That was the first time he'd had a bath all campaign. Sorry, I was setting myself up some ambiance. Yeah, he spent 6 months as a corpse as well.
I wait for the return of the messenger. Calming sound, eh? That's Heller's Creek.
The guard, like most of the locals, is taller than you.
Wide but shallow. There's never been a flood in years. Pa told me there used to be nae bridges. Neighbors crossed it with their boots in their hands. And 'tis clean like a raindrop, but there are no many fishes. We're the cleanest village in the north,
Her companion chuckles brightly. When the guard returns, he's still alone.
She can have come now. A friend of mine is in labor, eh? The mayor wants to be there when the child arrives, but I was asked to show you the village.
I nod.
Fine.
He approaches the watchtower.
Tie her mount here. We'll keep the kids away. Most of the neighbors are getting ready to celebrate.
Once you're done, he grabs the rope ladder.
The view from up there is gorgeous.
Yeah, I climb after him. Even though the ladder swings in all directions, the guard gets to the top quickly, like a monkey climbing up creepers. You, on the other hand, need to stop and wait for the ladder to calm itself. When you join the man on the wooden platform, you're a bit dizzy. He's leaning on the wooden parapet, observing the area with a smile. I look around.
See?
Oh. This place is huge.
There's no place like the Howler's Dell.
The guard points in every direction, giving you no time to contemplate. For the next few minutes, he describes the fields and their crops, the flocks in the pastures and the shepherds inspecting the fences, the ancient garden of trees and bushes larger than the village itself, the sunlight dancing on the stream to its own tune. If you're to believe everything he describes, this place has access to everything in abundance. The sweetest honey, the most fragrant bread, the softest wool,
and the beer? 'Tis excellent.
He sounds like a city merchant who's trying to sell an old house.
Well, it's no wonder he's so proud. Why wouldn't he be? They've tamed this scrap of land and live in comfort.
The islet in the middle connects both parts of the village. According to the man, the northern gate is hardly ever opened, as it leads nowhere now. Near the eastern gate, there's the Ape Ale Inn, where you can find
a bed and victuals. And there's the stall where Akakios rewards our work, unless we annoy him with pointless talk.
He lets out a chuckle. On the opposite side of the creek, there is another white horse.
It belongs to Bjorn, the best clothier in the north.
The priests live in the southeast near the wall, but they do not talk to strangers. You also hear about the hunter, the cooper, the fisher, the miller. The pie maker lives with his sister. The baker, the smith, her husband, the carpenter live with their kids. Some of the larger buildings would accommodate 2, maybe even 3 generations at once. There would be more than 100 dwellers here. You consider stopping his speech, but he suddenly points at the islet again.
There, see? The mayor's coming, the one wearing purple. You're free to join her, traveler.
I nod and climb down. You try and get down quickly, but 2 steps are enough for you to make you sure that's a bad idea. You wait for the ladder to find its balance. You're relieved when you touch the ground again. You untie your palfrey and follow the guard. You pass a small pasturage, surrounded by a wooden fence. A few loose chickens and a tethered boar. The fancier buildings are covered with whitewash coating and surrounded with vegetables, herbs, and flowers. The bridges are wide enough to carry even a wagon, but walking on wooden beams is far more pleasant. The islet is empty, but you notice an empty stall painted with shapes and colorful flowers. I walk over the second bridge. Along the entire path, you notice more and more people observing you, smiling, casually greeting you as they're focused on their own tasks. Finally, you reach the main square. A large tree grows in its center, surrounded by dark water, held together by a thin wall, perfect for sitting. But the smell coming from the liquid makes you think of rotten eggs. The plant reminds you of the tree you saw south next to the swamp altar. In the north, you see the Ape Ale Inn. Judging by the tablets, stools, and benches outside of it, it's open for guests. The villagers are chatting and dining loudly. You catch their curious glances. On the side of the dining area, the merchant is arguing with a tall, broad-shouldered worker. An old man is sitting by himself eating a pie with a walking stick leaning against the table. A young woman is cleaning the empty mugs in the creek, speaking with a man at least twice her age, maybe her father. I need a spot to tether Walker. There's a wide wooden roof next to the gate that shelters carts, crates, and sacks. You move your mount next to a donkey, to a beam placed here just for this purpose. Without a moment of hesitation, Walker starts to chew on a nearby haystack. You have some time to make sure it doesn't struggle with your bundles. You return to the inn. I look for the mare and approach her. She's sitting on a chair with a 4-year-old boy on her knees. She's holding his hand gently, showing him how to eat gruel from a bowl. It's not a cheap meal, though. You spot nuts, berries, and milk, and the added honey makes it yellowish. The kid is clean and quiet, and once he notices your arrival, he crams his mouth with spoonfuls of oats. Now, love, the mare titters. Don't get distracted. She rubs the meal off his face. A few more spoons and you'll go help Papa in the kitchen, aye? She gives you a radiant, though apologetic smile, then turns her attention back to her companion. I observe her more closely. Her long, full-sleeved linen dress must have been dyed once in blue and once in red to achieve its dark, fancy purple, which would draw looks even in Havlevin. From her left shoulder hangs a green woolen cape as thin as a shawl. The brown belt on her waist has a large steel buckle that portrays a running deer with unrealistically large antlers growing in all directions like tree branches. Unlike her tribesfolk, she's pale with powdered and roughed cheeks, and her lips match her outfit, though they're a bit closer to wine red. The thick, gray strands in her long blonde hair look more like a fashion choice than the result of her aging. Her eyes are the color of her cape, keen and vigorous. She's shorter than most people around, though would still be the tallest woman in most of the northern settlements. While she's around 40, her slim hands add fragility to her appearance, even though her posture is upright, her legs confidently crossed and her delicate voice assertive. She makes plenty of gestures, but her shoulders hardly ever move. I wait for as long as it takes. After a few more minutes, the boy lets out a gentle cough, and after a pat on the back, the mayor puts him on the ground. You did a great job, love, but now I need to speak with our guest, darling. She addresses one of the inn workers, a girl close to 15. Take him to father, will you? Her tone suddenly gets firmer, leaving no hint of a question in her suggestion. Yes, Ma. She responds. Both her hair and her eyes are nothing like those of her brother, and neither of the kids resemble their mother. So we have a road warden again. Please, sit down. She vaguely shows you the palm of her open hand, letting you pick any place you want to sit. Since I'm her guest, I sit on a bench next to her. The flowing water hits silently the rocks and wooden stakes surrounding the isle, then splits into two stream beds. In Havlevin, the river is surrounded by tall walls, protecting the banks from deterioration, and the water is seldom free of dirt. Here, the smell is as fresh as it would be in the woods. The mayor observes your outfit carefully at first, looking as if she just ate an onion, but then puts on a polite smile. Once your eyes meet, she hardly ever looks away. I'm sure you're hungry. My husband will bring us something soon. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. Hunger makes me peevish, and the day is too nice for that. She taps her chest and looks at a flock of birds that fly above you loudly, heading south. As we're waiting, so be so good as to help me understand something. Eva, if you're a mercenary, I cannot imagine a single reason for you to choose this realm for your wandering. Not so long after Asterian's disappearance, there is no glory or treasures to find here. Her pale fingers form a tent on her stomach, then clasp, leaving the forefingers pointing at you. You were sent here by the merchants. They want the peninsula. Well, she's right. But I'm not going to tell her that. What is it? What exactly is a road warden? A road warden is kind of like a... it's someone who patrols the... obviously, from the name, someone who patrols the roads between settlements. It acts as a guardian and a messenger. Actually, I could probably bring up a more definitive definition in the archive here. Yeah. Journal. Groups and places. Humans. Glossary. Road wardens. Here we go. They use many titles, but are essentially travelers who patrol selected routes or roam about an entire province on their expensive palfreys. While some of them are simple mercenaries hired on long-term contract by village mayors, most road wardens get paid directly by the city officials, recruited among army veterans or trusted allies. Their duties include dealing with human corpses that can be found near roads, delivering messages, and protecting travelers, especially merchants. They may also be required to learn the basics of city laws and serve as judges to distant, troubled communities. Even though their salary is high, they often look for bounties, participate in commerce, or simply loot the unfortunate deceased in the middle of nowhere. A road warden may retire quite early, though the job is extremely dangerous and, as a result, is also very respectable. There are also the self-proclaimed road wardens, ambitious ex-soldiers, mercenaries, or trophy hunters who didn't get the job or decided to work outside the boundaries of the law. Some of them have noble intentions and help others live in peace and safety, though more often than not they're little more than roaming bounty hunters. Yes, they're like a patrolman in essence. Though typically there are only a few, or sometimes even one, just one that is assigned to a peninsula. Let's see. I can greet her accusation with friendly cordiality. I present Havlevin's interest as an opportunity. I portray the situation as lightly as I can. I simply explain the situation. I make it clear that collaborating with the city would keep her people safe. Well, she caught me. I don't hide the fact that the guild needs new opportunities. What should I say here? I present Havlevin's interest as an opportunity. I portray the situation as lightly as I can. I simply explain the situation. I make it clear the collaborating with the city would keep her people safe. Well, she caught me. I don't hide the fact that the guild needs new opportunities. I don't think this one will be in our long-term benefit. I don't think this one is necessarily true. Her people seem safe enough already. Though I wonder how that is with no Roadwarden. I simply explain the situation. Neutral is a good bet. I portray the situation as lightly as I can. I present Havlevin's interest as an opportunity. I'm thinking either playful or distant for this one. What do we think, chat? Playful or distant? Start off distant and see where it goes. Playful, maybe distant. Let's go with distant. I'll simply explain the situation. Oh, hello. Oh, I need to click the dialogue. I simply explain the situation. You introduce yourself and confirm her suspicions. The guild and the deputy are in agreement. They're willing to send troops to this place, defend the settlements, and patrol the roads. They'd cover their pay, and you'd only need to look after their board and lodging. You explain that the rate of taxes is open to negotiations, but they would be taken twice a year, in spring and fall. You have time to think about it, you assure her. And you are free to consult with your people. Safer roads bring many travelers, artisans, merchants. I know you realize it's an opportunity. Yes, I do, she finally interrupts you, but roads bring other people as well, not all of them desired by us. As she observes your palfrey, she twists her deer buckle left and right. The times have changed, and your superiors were kind enough to send a messenger, not a temple guard with a list of demands. She grasps the buckle with her fist. But when it comes to the guild, there's always a catch. Her accent is now almost identical to the one used in the city. What sort of catch? Well, maybe I phrased it poorly. She bursts into a joyless laughter. Not a catch, but rather all sorts of traps and omissions. Like with that saying, give them a finger and they'll take the whole hand. Here, listen to this trick I learned about during my studies. She theatrically clears her throat, patting her chest with one hand and covering her mouth with another. then leans forward and rests on her elbows, allowing her hands to freely make gestures. You make a deal with the settlement, flour and wool in exchange for coin and tools. You send the first traders, and they imply that they're ready to pay more for, let's say, parchment. Months later, you want no more rye, just parchment and wool. We can nae butcher any more moflins, the locals say. Don't worry, you answer. We'll send you a small flock, just turn one of your fields into a pasturage. As she pretends to speak as different characters, her voice comically shifts. She has no issue switching between the accents. I encourage her with a kind smile. She swings her hand above the table. Another year goes by, while there's more parchment. The village lacks some crops. The tribe needs not just tools and coins, plenty of coins, but also seeds, and the guild is not satisfied. Sending our wagons costs a lot more. There are more highwaymen now. If you want us to come again, you'll need more moflins and to sell us their cheese. And guess what? With a haunting laugh, she straightens up and spreads her arms like someone a third her age. Turns out the village can't say no anymore. They lack supplies, seeds, and land. They can't refuse. I nod. She's right. Better not say anything stupid. Don't you think the city would see value in keeping you strong? Fewer risks for them? I smile. I have no doubt that a smart leader like yourself is going to protect her people from these gamers. Gamers! Oh, it's just games. I have no doubt that a smart leader like yourself is going to protect her people from these games. Oh, how wonderful. Keep the compliments coming. No soul in the square reacts to her loud laughter. But all that doesn't mean I can counter every single city ploy on my own. That's the good thing about living here, with these kind people all around us. She nods towards two little girls that are carrying a basket filled with vegetables between them. If some of us struggle, we all have to deal with the consequences. We all struggle, but we all benefit. But Havlovin? If they see profit in chopping off our arms, they'll sell them to the first bidder. She gives you a sad glance, but cheers up after a sigh. Let's finish the introductions. I'm Thais, one of the keepers of the Abale Inn and mayor of Howler's Dell. I assume it would be convenient for you to take my answer back to Havlovin. She wonders for a moment. Say, when could we expect the first caravan? After winter? It depends on what you want to sell, and what you want in return. While the conversation goes on, the food gets served. The refreshing aroma of roasted mutton, covered with a thick sauce made of mint, parsley, and honey, tempts you to bite in right away. The juices are sinking into the round trencher, a plate made of simple brown bread. There's also a small bowl filled with chopped red radishes, a sliced boiled egg, and a mug filled with cold buttermilk. It's all brought by a few young people, all of them referring to the mayor as their mother. And in the end, the innkeeper himself shows up to wish you a good meal. He's wearing a clean orange tunic and a not-so-clean apron made of hemp. He politely introduces himself as Eric's, and after confirming you won't get sick from what he just prepared, he leaves you and his wife to your conversation. Thais tears the meat into smaller pieces, then eats slowly, often expressing her enjoyment with a hum. Meanwhile, we'll get to the important stuff. Sounds like the nearby ground is fertile. The village would gladly pay its taxes in grain and vegetables with the expectation that a squad of soldiers would provide additional protection. Our youth is strong, she claims proudly. So we don't need your guards on our walls, but a lone road warden won't keep the roads passable. We need fighters willing to patrol the paths, maybe even the heart of the woods. That's what we'd expect in return. You're not an expert when it comes to linen, cheese, and wool, so the mayor spends a good couple of minutes describing the outstanding quality of what the village has to offer, especially the clothes, which are meant to be as unique as those made by Master Crispus. You vaguely recognize the name of this tailor shoemaker, but you've never earned enough to pay him for much as a single sleeve. And of course, we will never reject some steel and bronze. We lack alloys for sickles and scythes. Truth be told, the guild is not sure what the peninsula has to offer. It's going to take a lot more than your village to convince them. Truth be told, the guild is not sure what the peninsula has to offer. It's going to take more than your village to convince them. Understandable, but you won't find much in the other tribes. They've barely enough to survive, even after they trade for our crops. For we have the only decent soil in this realm. At least the people of Gale Rocks have salt and barrels of fish, while Creeks sells meat and wood. Actually, if you haven't been in Creeks yet, the farthest village in the northeast, you could give them a chance. She nods with a smile. They could use your help with keeping their roads safe. White Marshes, on the other hand, as well as Old Pagos, those are close to worthless. For a trade route, that is. She clears her throat. After these words, she stands up, walks to another table, and offers her trencher to an elderly woman who sits there by herself. With a trembling voice, he thanks her, then starts to chew on the soggy bread. She sits down, wipes her hand onto a clean cloth, adjusts the folds of her cape, and once again crosses her legs. So tell me, Otho, how's Hovlavin? I haven't gathered much news since the invasion. Let's see. Mint? Ew? I've heard mint can be quite good on meat. Particularly on pork, I think. Or lamb? Yeah. Things stay humble, but are starting to look brighter. The harbor is full of life and the kids grow strong. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. Not everyone has their own bed. The new generation is ready to start their own fight. It's far from great. Children who lost their parents during the war have no trade in hand, but there's not enough settlements to send them away. Many people are unable to prosper. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. Not everyone has their own bed, but the new generation is ready to start their own fight. And I was afraid it was lost to hunger. Her chuckle is trimmed with scorn. Good to know I was wrong. When the invasion started, some merchants were cheering in their houses, happy that they would sell out all the blades and food they had stored. Can you believe it? This panic will make us rich, she imitates the voice of a pompous man. That's why when the southerners reached the villages, they found almost nothing to eat. She sighs. Staying in a remote peninsula truly can be a blessing. She pauses, hesitant to go on, then shakes her head slightly. Well, we can't change the past. How can I help you, Otho? Well, I'm looking for Asterion. She stares you in the eyes, then turns towards Walker. Is your palfrey a mare? We have 2 jacks. We could use some mules. I'm looking for Asterion. I heard you, but he's not welcome here. Her voice is harsh, and I don't know where he went. We haven't burned him or fought his awoken shell wherever he is. It's not our problem. Oh, so Asterion is not, having a good relationship with the people of Howler's Dell. What are his wrongdoings? If you have to know, he failed and won't get a second chance. He was meant to escort Aegidia, a daughter of mine, to her betrothed in Gale Rocks. She was a great archeress, and the road from here to the west coast, is not that dangerous. When they saw goblins on the road, Asterion ordered to push through, right into their trap. She touches her deer-shaped buckle. They got jumped like a bunch of wealthy pilgrims. A roadwarden worth their gruel should know better. He can fight with a blade, but my girl, she never stood a chance. She sighs and looks at the gate. He disappeared soon after his pitiful attempt at apologizing to me, and we closed our doors behind him for good. I'll let you know if he ever tries to return. Dang. Well, fair enough, I guess. Did you ever find your daughter? For a few breaths, her green eyes seek something in your face. Her words are careful, yet hesitant. She's with the Fogs now. The goblins were after food, so they carried her shell away. One day she's going to charge at our walls, awoken and empty. Even though she was a bit mawkish, her heart was strong and patient. She listened to people and was ready to help them and to cry with them. I could tell you stories, but what for? Let the dead rest. You have quite a big family. She titters weakly. At one point, there were 12 kids living in our house. 9 girls, 3 boys. They come and go, as it should be. Few of them are already with the forest, but most are all grown now. They even started their own families. She looks away at a girl wiping spilled milk with a wet cloth. To be perfectly clear, they aren't exactly our children. It's a custom of our village for the mayor to look after the orphans. Thankfully, Eric's has a big heart and much more patience than I do. As she speaks, her smile widens. Why did you let him leave? He didn't do anything, well, forbidden by our laws. He was simply stupid and can't be trusted. But this isn't Havlevin. We have no rich folk to dread. We treat each other fairly. Lost in her thoughts, she rubs the neckline of her dress. One good thing I can say about him is that he didn't try to justify his decisions or avoid the consequences. But I'd rather have him prove first that he can do what's asked of him. Thanks for the help. I wonder, back in Havlevin, did you spend any time in Backwood Corner? It used to be this dark, dirty alley with muggers working and even in daylight. I stayed there with Octavia the miller in exchange for doing chores for her. She had this small wooden hut. I wonder if I get to decide this. It doesn't indicate that I'm lying in any of these. I wonder if it ever comes up. Since the war, even the soldiers have avoided that street. People say it's a home for thugs. You wouldn't recognize it as now a respectable street with one of the fanciest inns in the city, the Apple and Boar. It would make you feel like you're in the old days. The Boarhead Inn is almost 50 years old now. There is no such street anymore. It fell to a great fire. You wouldn't recognize it. It's now a respectable street with one of the fanciest inns in the city, the Apple and Boar. You describe how a family of Southerners started a large shipyard right next to the alley, working on exotic boats in unusual shapes. Needing hands to work, they offered food and coins to many local thugs, and with time, more light and stalls showed up in the alley. As you describe the new inn, Theus bursts into cheerful laughter. So it's the same family that ran the Boarhead Inn. And to think that I dared to doubt that old lady's endurance. People like her, brave enough to bear the toil of the world, are going to bring salvation to all of us. Hey, what's up, Wallfly and Ace Bounty? How's it going? Let's see. Have you heard of the necromancers in the north? She taps her fingers on the table. Yes, I have. After you ask her to tell you more, she seems to regain her confidence. You mean White Marshes, for sure. I don't know all that much about what's happening there. We avoid their lands if we can. She frowns. I shouldn't gossip about it with strangers. We can talk about it on another occasion. You seem to be fairly well off, even more so than the other people in the village. What's your secret? She reaches for her buckle and her voice grows cold. There's no secret, traveler. There's hard work, risks, and sacrifices. And the support of those that care about me. The good things that happen to me shine on my people just as much. Think about it before you mention it again. She adjusts her cape. Well, tell me about Hallersdale. It is what it seems like, the greatest village in the far north. She raises her hand and makes an inviting gesture. Though I hope to still improve this and that. She winks at you, but is suddenly interrupted by the pained cry of a little boy who hurt his knee during a fall. As an amused elder tries to calm him down, the mayor shrugs it off and titters, then meets your eyes again. Life's good here. We have what we need, and a lot of what we want, building on top of more than 12 generations of hard work and bravery. She spends a good few minutes telling you about the Mouflons, wheat, rye, hemp, cheese, and wool, proud of every glimpse of prosperity. Whenever she mentions an artisan, shepherd, or farmer, she doesn't miss a chance to mention how significantly she improved their conditions. She also omits some topics. You hear of no tales, songs, ancestors, rituals, or days of prayer. It's like listening to a tax collector. Only at the very end of her speech does she mention the wisdom of the elders, now kept in the teachings of the druids who help her guide those who trust her. They heal our wounds in our gardens, she explains, but then changes the topic to all the fruit trees, hares, and nuts in the wood. When she's done with it, I nod politely. Tell me, how do people dress in the city these days? Is it similar to what we have here, before the war? Before the war, the merchants were wearing those really long dresses and robes. Way too long for my taste. They got mud stains after every rain. I see no reason to keep shoes completely hidden. Not anymore. There's always a shortage of fabric. Most people wear tunics, like in the old days. Now, at least we can hope that if the villagers arrive, we won't stand out much. Or visitors arrive, we won't stand out much. She laughs, but also adjusts her dress, drawing your attention to its superb quality. And who knows, maybe your little village is going to help those unfortunate clothiers. I'm sure we could spare a couple sheets of fabric. I was in the ruined village south from here. Her tense gaze shifts to an awkward click of her tongue as she leans away from you.
I don't even want to think about their tragic fate. No one can negotiate with the wrath of their herds. A long pause, and I better not find you upsetting my neighbors with these sad questions. It was a challenging time for all of us, and we won't forget.
I see. I was in the Pelt of the North. The innkeepers feel uneasy about Glaucia's band. When you mentioned the raids in the northern villages, her eyes narrow. Are you sure? It's the first I've heard about it. Glaucia's been around since years back, but she's not much of a nuisance. I'm just a messenger. He's asking for you to join forces with him. Well, I can't give you my answer. I won't ask our hunters to endanger their lives in pursuit of some gossip. I could ask around and learn more about this. She sighs with an exaggerated relief. What a splendid idea! There are only 3 villages in the north. White Marshes, farther north by the western road, Gale Rocks by the northern coast, and creeks in the far east. Bring me news from those places and you'll get my answer. I can do that. We talk and talk, but I still don't know where you're from, Otho. What's your story? Have you lived in Hovlivin your entire life? In a way, I know it as well as any other city folk, but every spring I trained in horsemanship in a nearby village. I was just about to ask about it. I couldn't imagine someone building a stable in a paddock in a place where you can't squeeze in a single new house. Your accent is very city-like. Like that of the soul of books and quills. I saw a weird tree south from here. One with the altar standing in front of it. She straightens up and raises her chin. You mean Beholder, the guardian spirit of our wetlands. Every fall we bring it our gifts and return it. And in return it provides us with its blessed fruit, the flesh of the forest. She stares into your eyes. It's older than the oldest books and the oldest thoughts. The druids help us honor its sleep and show us how to ask for its help. Neither of those rituals, she scoffs, would be of use to you. I just learned that the DMC reboot sold so poorly that Capcom had to sell the assets of the game, and the model for Dante was used in dentistry videos. That is quite funny. What would it take to make you consider joining Hovlivin? Ah, I can consider it right now. While she laughs, her eyes remain keen. But if you want me to give you some answers, let's see. She looks up and to the right, theatrically raising her hand to her chin. Some gestures of goodwill will be a great start. Since you're the guild's messenger, I need to know you can be relied on. She gives you a wide, white grin. And that's only the first step, I assume. Of course. Do you even have the power to handle tax negotiations? She scoffs loudly at your head shake. Do enough for my village and I'll hand you a beautiful signed letter. A list of all the things my neighbors are looking for, as well as what they can give in return. Your superiors are going to see more than enough support, and more than enough to prepare their offer. She rubs her hands. I think that's fair. Yeah, looks like we're in agreement. Perfect. One more thing, though. She puts her elbows on the table, leaning closer to you. If you go behind my back, I'm not going to wait for a dagger. I'll end you first. She rests her chin against her open palms, giving you a disarmingly warm smile. I'm sure people already know that we have a new road warden, maybe ask around and see if anyone needs your help. The more my neighbors trust you and need you, the more willing they'll be able to offer you better pay. Well, let's start here. What can I do for you? Aw, you're so kind of you to ask. But before I ask you to run, let's see how you can walk, shall we? Her eyes wander left and right, and she gestures for a nearby guard to move away. He nods, then gestures at a few other souls to follow him. While a few of the locals cast curious looks at you, they turn away as quickly as you notice them. The mayor's shiny green eyes are still locked on you, and her voice is close to a whisper. Since Asterian's disappearance, there's been little trade on the roads, and not much news reaches us. So, be so kind, her flirtatious tone distracts you with how obviously fake it is, and help me learn some interesting tales about our neighbors. I smile back at her. You mean ones that weren't meant to reach you. See, I knew that deep down you're a true sage. She titters and straightens up, adjusting her cape without haste. Do you have something to share? The squad that made camp at the southern crossroads is now nothing more than 2 people. They plan to return to Havlovin before fall. Since they cleared that camp of brigands, they went so quiet I almost forgot about them. She rubs her chin with her thumb. I'm surprised they managed to stay alive to this day. Sending such an inexperienced group here shows the officials misjudged this land. Is this game good so far? It's interesting. I wouldn't say it's particularly exciting, but it's good. The writing is nice. It isn't exciting, but it's interesting. Then again, I'm only a couple hours into it, so... The soldiers who came in here in spring were meant to find a good spot for a new outpost. She smiles widely. You don't say. Knowing that, I'll prepare a few very tempting suggestions for the officials. After she seals her lips, she lets out a quiet chuckle. That's all I have to say. Keep thinking. Surely the city folk don't just eat wild game, salt fish, and groats. What animals do people breed in the nearby villages? There's a lot of moflons. The monks need their parchment. Oh, that's terrible. You catch a hint of annoyance in her laughter. Our livestock won't sell well, but that's fine. It's hard to keep the number of lambs high. We would need to sacrifice a field to raise a new flock. Do you need my assistance? Thank you for your time. You're in front of the Ape Ale Inn. I approach Eric's, the innkeeper. Even though the counter stands outdoors, it's not rotten or dirty, and you can guess like the other furniture is brought inside every night. Eric's approaches you with a smile and leans on its surface with his fists. He's portly and even taller than his neighbors. He's got freckles, short gray hair, and an elegant beard. His long, woolen orange tunic has a decorative cut right above the neck, and loose braids at the edges.
How can I help you, traveler?
His accent is heavy, nothing like his wife's. He stomps with a heavy boot and looks around as if he's just waiting to get back to other tasks. His fingers are still dirty from weeding the garden. I could use a room.
Sure thing.
He nods.
My kids keep it cleaner than you'd find in the city. Just tell me when you're ready.
Any rumors to share?
Rumors? Not really. I have my own things to worry about. Neighbors keep their own company. Better for everyone to seek help from my wife or the forest speakers. Damn mug of ale.
So no rumors, but maybe you've heard about someone who needs my help.
You say it as if we expect travelers to get here any day now. I'll ask around. Come tomorrow.
Have you had any interesting guests lately?
Do not know.
He scratches his beard.
There was one vagabond, but he was not here for long. And he didn't do much. A timid fellow, talks loudly, but is afraid of everything. Especially the guards. His face is touched by flames. Has a big ballista.
He says the word with a strange accent, smirking.
And a large bird as beast of burden. I do not know what to say.
He shrugs.
He went south and is most likely gone.
Thanks. Let's talk to Akakios, the trader. The man behind the counter is inspecting a sack of white flour, mumbling to himself and occasionally cursing. The other locals walk away, giving you space to talk trade in peace. Weevils. He points at a little dark blue insect that's trying to flee.
Shit me fire. 'Twas ground a few days ago. They pies for us tomorrow, it looks like.
He puts the sack on the ground.
I'll take care of it later. A Roadwarden, eh? Haven't the mayor cared enough to see you, and kids are lining up to look at your horse. Strangers are like ghosts to them now.
He's wearing a simple brown robe with no hood, a rope instead of a belt. A modest trim made of green thread. It barely reaches below his knees, revealing his sandals and crude pants made of linen. At the same time, it's way too large for him and hangs around him like a bag. He looks like a poor vendor from Havlevin. He stands sideways to you with legs crossed, leaning on the counter with one hand and keeping the other on his hip. He's around 40, short, a bit greasy, with a humble beard and hair. His fingers are unusually long. I could say, you're a trader, I assume? I guess we'll see each other often. Are you a barrel collector, or do you sell them? I'm looking for a trader. I'm here to talk. I'm here to trade, not talk. I may not be wealthy, but I need a few things. Be friendly to him. You're a trader, I assume. I guess we'll see each other often.
For you, a trader. For my neighbors, the treasurer. Name's Akakios. Everyone brings here what they have in abundance, and I either sell it to travelers or divide it amongst the workers, builders, artisans. These things here are not mine.
He runs his eyes over the crates and barrels.
But I can show you our wares if you want. But do not ask me for better prices just because you're a traveller. I need to explain myself for every deal I make, or Theus will laugh me all the way to the pyre. I don't need furniture or barrels of food. Do you have anything of use for a traveller? It's hard to say, eh? What do travellers need?
He clears his throat and turns away to have a look at his store. While some of the crates and barrels are empty, they carry an assortment of odds and ends. Tools made of wood and stone, pots, mugs, seeds, vegetables, fabrics. It takes him a few minutes to look through the wares. He puts 3 packages on the countertop, and as he unwraps the first one, you recognize it is by the shape alone.
Tell me this is not a beauty.
He chuckles and lets you hold the shiny battle axe. The haft is long, but the head is light.
I know what you're thinking. Your eyes say everything.
He praises the weapon loudly, but you barely listen to him. You see your reflection in the unused blade, as sharp as they get. You're not a smith, but you see not a spot of rust. When you take a swing, it's hardly any effort. The leather straps holding the pieces together are just a decoration, and the handle is as smooth as glass and perfectly fits in your hand. The man chuckles.
You like it, eh? No, I doubt you could afford it, but do not worry. That's not all I have.
And look at the rest of his stuff. His long fingers tap against the parchment windows of a lantern. Its frame is cheap, made of oak.
'Tis glued and 'tis quiet,
he says while shaking it in the air.
Not as fancy as the iron ones with oil, but you can carry it in caves without luring all the corpse eaters and goblins. Perfect for a traveller. Just take a look.
Inside the lantern, you find a place for a candle. Not a great match for people living in wooden houses.
Hide and glue are easy to make, but I will not ask for more than 4 rings.
The last sack is as wide as a saddle and 3 hands tall. It contains a whole bunch of undyed linen sheets.
We usually keep them for traders, but we could use a few dragon rings, and who knows if there's ever going to be a next caravan.
He gives you a long look.
Interested? Depends on what you want for it.
A lantern. A wooden lantern. I'll buy the lantern, why not? What's in my inventory right now? Fish trap, gambeson, rope, alchemy ingredients, writing instruments.
What can you tell me about Asterion? That ever though he was here more than once, he didn't leave much behind. Smelly hoarder.
He looks around and spits on the ground.
At least he bought a blade from me.
Do you remember what blade it was?
Sure, it was a special one. A sickle sword with a tip wider than 'twas at the grip. Long as from the fingertips to the shoulder. Nigh a sword, nigh a knife. Single-edged, brought his own steel to melt for it.
What's it good for? Fencing?
More for cutting bushes, creepers, roots. It wouldn't have felled a tree, but 'tis a fine tool.
He nods to a passerby, but his smile disappears quickly as it shows up.
Pathfinders use it. My pa used to have one as well. He chopped nuts with it. Nuts and muffins.
So he took it to the wilderness.
He shrugs. Pretty much anywhere. There are hills from here to the coast and bogs to the north. And the heart of the woods. Can I help you with it?
Do you need any help? I could use a job.
You know what? That's something urgent. I need a medicament for my daughter. Not that she's hurt or anything.
He raises his open palms as if to show that he's not holding a knife.
She's a teen, wants to start hunting in the woods. I cannot teach her much, but I'd sleep better knowing with her having a healing potion.
You heave.
You have, he hesitates, almost 9 days. Bring me a potion before the last dusk and I'll pay you 5 dragon rings. A strong elixir would be more than 5 coins. Well now, 'tis all I can pay. He spreads his arms. I do not sculpt... I do not sculpt you stupid. The dragons I get here belong to the village. 5 is fair pay, and I'll mention to all the neighbors how helpful you are. He takes a deep breath and adjusts his robe, still sweating. And where can I find such a potion? I can think of 2 places. The safer bet is beyond old Pagos on the mountain of the crazy monks. Crazy and boring. More boring than a moflin, but they'll often brew with Numa. You can also head south, east of the crossroads behind the pelt to the north. I've never been there myself, but you'll find a dolmen there. Old as a city in this. He reaches into his clinking pouch and pulls out a massive iron key, meant to open up some secret passage there. How do you know about that secret? From a merchant. She's from south of Hag Hills. I was meant to pass the key to her friend, but he never showed up. And you've just been keeping this key at your side ever since? I kept it with my trinkets and coins, that is all. We were planning to go there for years, but 'tis one of those things that you talk about, not do it. His brief laughter turns into a cough. She didn't want to take the stall after you? Nah, but that's fine. She hates me. It's better for her to take after her mother. Your daughter hates you? His low voice sounds like grunting. Since you have to know, our laws make me admit I was a wife-beater, and by my own deeds I've lost my family. My daughter has a new father now, and I'm not allowed to marry again. As he starts to speak faster, he also wags his finger at you. But I never touch my girl. Keeping her safe is the right thing to do. If it does make things right. Oh, well, fuck you then. Fine, I'll look for it. Good. He smiles. Anything else? Well, it just so happens about the potion. Did you get it? I have these small flasks. They should do the job. Wait. I do have a potion. I have a healing potion. A small healing potion. Bahaba. And you're saying these heal as well? They're small. Can't be too powerful, can they? He weighs a bottle in his hand. If you want me to pay you, give me 2. I'll think about it. Buck. Well. I'm gonna walk away. I'll go to Pion, the tailor. You follow the guard's directions and reach the whitewashed building standing on the western bank next to a small garden of flowers and herbs. It's well kept and clean with a plain, beaten front yard. In parts covered with sand, through the open windows you catch a glance of the furniture, made of smooth, almost shiny wood with hints of dark cherry-like red, decorated with carvings of plants. A woman in her 40s is sitting on a wooden bench. The table is covered with fabrics, threads, and needles made of bone and iron.
She's sewing a long sleeve to what's going to become a blue tunic. Her movements are quick and confident. Her brown, wavy, shoulder-length hair is tied to a wreath-like braid. But other than that, her clothes are simple and inconspicuous. She doesn't have a left leg, but you don't notice any cane. You observe her for a few moments until, without sparing you so much as a glance, she encourages you to speak with a grunt. Give me just one moment. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a drink. I got myself a... Well, I didn't get myself. My sister got me a Brita filter for my birthday. I need to start doing some cleaning down here. I've got way too many bottles that are just not doing anything. Though I suspect they'll be of more use here in the coming days. No.
Stop killing people.
That's good stuff. I'm looking for a tailor. You found one. Her voice is low and she doesn't stop for her work. Name's Bjorn. Could you answer a couple of my questions? The boredom in her voice is palpable. I'm not a bard. I'm interested in a new set of clothes. She stops her work and looks at you briefly. I can tell. You don't even hear a hint of mockery. Well, that's a lot of work. And I do not take my work lightly. If I were to give you anything, people would see it. And I'll let you know. And I'll not let you show them some rags. And by that you mean your prices are high. You reach for a pouch and she answers with a nod. It'll take me a day or so to finish. And a fine fabric. Your city clothes are... She frowns. Just fine for the wilderness, I guess. What I'll give you is for the time with lamb meat and mead and the pathfinding. The longer the outfit you want, the higher the price, though I'll consider the things people say about you as well. Fine, let's discuss it. A fancy tunic, fitting for a rich city official, takes 1 day of work. A fancy robe would make you look like a merchant, takes 2 days of work. Or a fancy dress good for a socialite or diplomat takes 2 days of work. Well, I don't have that much money, so I'm going to have to decline your offer. And finally, let's go talk to the local priests. You head south of the dead tree in the main square before you go to the second thatched building. A large man stands up from a bench and gets in your way. He's close to 50, taller than most people you've seen in your life, broad-shouldered. His hair and short beard are brown, matching his elegant woolen robe. A thick club is attached to his right wrist with a leather strap. He's left his sandals by his sitting spot.
Many want to speak with our guides and teachers.
He speaks with a solemn, strong voice.
But you're no welcome here. Turn back, stranger.
I'm your new Roadwarden. Are you sure that no soul here needs my assistance? His harsh look softens.
We can handle ourselves. If that changes, Elpis will summon you.
Oh my god, Elpis. Oh. Gotta use my etherite to get there. It's pretty shocking how much more clean the water tastes. I ought to squirt some lemon lime in there or something. Can I know why?
You can. He swings his polished heavy weapon. You're from the outside and cannot be trusted. The boars and slaves of the United Church would crush us, and if they had the chance, before we allow you to spy on us, we need to be sure it is worth it.
I don't want any trouble.
He shrugs. Travelers bring their problems unto others. Their will means nothing.
So be it. You're wandering through the village. A young woman is chasing after a loose chicken. Embarrassed by the giggling of bystanders, a woman in a brown robe observes you from a distance and walks away when you make eye contact. Well, let's go to the main square. Let's go to Eric's the innkeeper, and let's sleep. Phooey. Well, I don't have rent money. Oh man, that would give us so much. I shouldn't have wasted it on that fucking lamp. Oh well. It's not too much of a hassle. There's a lot of noise outside, and you can sense a heavy, unpleasant smell coming from the cauldron. At least the fur is fluffy, and you can cover yourself with a blanket. Your first sleep ends, but your usual 1-hour break is instantly disrupted by noise. You stand up, walk to the window, and see the reason for the commotion. A group of workers is just outside the inn, drinking and laughing. Eric's, the innkeeper, is also among them. You could join them, but if you do so, you won't get a good night's sleep tonight. And after such a long journey, you may end up exhausted. Oh, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Look at me. I'm doing very well right now, except in the appearance department. But I can fix that. It's an opportunity to show that I'm not an outsider. I can sacrifice a bit of sleep. You lose track of time, surrounded by the smells of old ale and cold roast lamb. The excuse for having the celebration is the recent birth, the very same that was occurring when you arrived at the village. The young mother is exhausted and the first one to leave, but more than 10 people stay, poking at her partner with kind-hearted jokes. "Use the next week best you can," says one of them. "Nae sleep for you after that." You may be a stranger, but your presence is welcomed with joy. The small talk is just as engaging as you'd expect from people who already slept for 3 to 4 hours today. But there's something pleasant about them sharing their parenthood stories and plans for the future. The humming of Howler's Creek and the lights in the dark make you feel as if you belong here. And that's a delightful illusion, especially in a group of strangers. At one point, you're asked about your own journeys, though you'd prefer to keep most of them to yourself. One of the hunters encourages you strongly to travel to creeks. They're a fun bunch. You see, they love to meet new people, but be ready to wake up with a spinning head. I'm one of the first people to get back to bed. It's warm here, but the Moflin skin allows your back to rest a bit. You wake up a couple of times during the night, the smell of cooked stew fuels your hunger, and the staff returns to the room once every hour to stir the pot. You wake up early, but leave the building to check up on Walker and give it water from the creek. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time you carrying out another bowl, with which either stew or gruel. Theus is nowhere to be seen. I approach Eric's the innkeeper. Eric's also approaches the counter, welcoming you with a wide smile. "Did someone contact you about work for me?" "Very much so. Ask for Timo. She's usually at the creek just outside the southern wall doing laundry. She wants to find herself a husband. There's not much in it for you, unless you'll be here for the marriage rites, but it will make her happier." "Thanks." "I look for Timo. Libera Timo." Before you reach the gate, you find 3 washwomen who are walking down the path, chatting loudly. The wet hair on their arms and legs shines, contrasting the mud on their feet. Some of them wear soaked shirts. All of them have heads wrapped in kerchiefs. You know from the city how hard and sometimes dangerous their job can get. You glance over their laundry baskets filled with clothes, and buckets of urine. Once they notice you, one of them puts things next to the fence and tells the others to go ahead without her. Her companions giggle, but loyally leave the two of you alone. I was hoping to speak with a traveler. She starts and looks away. Whenever she speaks, she's both very direct and distracted, struggling to explain her plans. After a brief conversation, you try to sum it all up. So you seek a man who'd agree to take part in the marriage rites of your druids. She nods energetically, then freezes. She's tanned from work, but her face is young and smooth. And since her hair is hidden, her bright hazel eyes keep drawing your attention. Nah, not just any man, she interrupts you angrily. Someone who stays in the sun and works hard for us and our kids. You ask if she has any children already, and after another minute of her awkward explanations, you take a guess that she doesn't. You ask if it would make a difference for her to move to a different village. We live good lives here, safe and plentiful. I'd rather stay, but I could leave with a safe convoy. I'll see you soon. I could probably offer my services to the guards. Let's see. You'll be a messenger between a few groups of hunters that will hide in various parts of the wetlands close to the southern road. This task will take you about half a day, and it may get dangerous. Let's quick save before that. It turns out you don't have much to do. You get your job done quickly with little difficulty. Excellent. Well, I guess there's not much more for me to I suppose it's time to travel a little bit. Do you want to travel north, or do we want to travel west? What do we think, chat? North or west? Got one vote for west, one vote for north. Alright, looks like north it is then. The road is beaten and free of litter. You notice paths between the fruit-bearing trees on your right, and soon after that, you ride alongside vast fields of broad beans, almost ready for the second harvest of the summer. Then there are the green hemp plants, taller than you are, waiting for the scythe or sickle. The locals keep the beasts at a distance, I guess. Walker's hooves thump loudly on the beaten track. The green bushes, shrubs, and trees prove that the soil here is fertile, yet the plants don't overgrow the road. These crossroads must be busy at times, maybe even patrolled. In the distant west, you see the mountain peaks dividing the lowlands from the ocean. The road east leads towards the hills, behind which are unusually tall and dark trees. There's a dense forest in the north, from which you hear the croaking of toads. The last path is already known to you. You're surrounded by 4 signposts, all of which seem to be made from the same type of wood, now covered in moss and fungi. Yet the pictures and letters that cover the nailed boards are nothing alike. Let's search the area. The thicket doesn't help. You notice the remains of berries and pears, but most of them are already rotting. spread close to the wooden stools at the side of the road. The nearby creek is not impressively deep, but the beaver dam, for some reason, is taller than you are, makes it wide and water surrounding the soil. A few steps away from the southern signpost, you find something sticking out of a shrub. It's a moist plank covered by fungi. You try to move it with a stick in a gloved hand. After a minute or so, you confirmed it's an abandoned sign covered with green letters and colorful pictures of flowers. Steep House, you read with difficulty. Steep House. I'm trying to find out where the old sign used to be attached. The southern post is the only one with holes left by nails. I take another look at the destroyed sign. It used to be attached to the southern post. I search the area some more. After another few minutes of disturbing the local fauna, you're sure there's nothing more to find here. I approach the southern signpost. It's covered with green, blue, and white paint that portray simple squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. Each square has large letternecks inside of it, and together they spell Howler's Dell. Both the pictures and letters are not too old. There are no other words or marks, and the plank was attached with a set of wooden wedges. I look to the southern signpost. Or the northern signpost. It's attached with nails and made of pointy carved bones and divided into 3 sections covered with small engravings. The part on the left has 3 large squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. No other pictures or words. The one in the middle has only 1 square, but is simple. Also, a simple horizontal symbol of a fish and a short word beneath it spells salt. The image on the right has 2 roofed squares, but also 2 other images, which you recognize easily. A deer and a standing barrel. I approach the eastern sign. The long plank attached with rusted nails is almost empty. It bears no words, only a single picture painted with great care. It portrays a city-like gate, with a watchtower to its left and right, and simple small conifers growing inside and partially hid with towers. What the fuck? Phone? It's just a bunch of election shit. I don't care. Let's approach the western signpost. It has 2 planks attached to a single post, both of them nailed with rusty steel. The lower sign is divided in 2 halves. The left edge is engraved with 4 simple shapes, squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. The other edge bears 2 engraved piles. One of them is made of horizontal rectangles, the other of inexact circles. The letters between these 2 piles say stone. The upper plank is covered with white word, monastery. It was divided in half right now. It is engraved with a vertical rectangle with an hourglass inside of it. Alright, let's travel. We got another crossroads scenario here, folks. Are we going north, west, or east? Got another vote for Narf. Got a vote for east. And we got to vote for west. Do we have a tiebreaker? North. Let's see, we're going north. Some parts of the road lead uphill, some downhill. The forests are lush but not too dark. The few foraging deer and boars keep their distance, and the birds are disinterested in your presence, singing cheerfully and preening their feathers. Sounds of an ongoing hunt reach you from the east, but none of the nearby creatures seem bothered. Once you get farther north, the colorful meadow reveals tall hills on the other side of the stream, but the road leads through a valley. There's a gentle plume of smoke coming from the mountains in the west. It doesn't look like a place on fire. Maybe there's a settlement in the mountains. Flies! Aw, jeez. I need an alchemy table. The roads lead to a gentle creek filled with the buzzing of flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. You don't spot any critters among the tall meadows, tree branches, or rocky slopes. Seeing the shapeless, dark vortex of wings, Walker snorts. Do I have a torch? I have a lamp? I ride forward with a blazing torch. You move away from the creek, get on your feet, and unpack the tinderbox, the wooden stave, and the set of rags, as well as the oil. After you assemble a torch, you sit down on the ground, preparing the flint and the linen near char cloth. Decades ago, the southern invasion people used fire strikers made of thick steel, but all you have is cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not ideal, but good enough for a couple of sparks. Holding the fire, you get back in the saddle, you swing your weapon left and right, and there isn't as much smoke as you expected. Let's put it to the test. Ah! Once you get closer to the ford, countless creatures beset you, filling your eyes, mouth, and nose, hitting you like a squishy, buzzing hail. You ride forward blindly, instantly forgetting about your preparations and trying to get out of here as fast as you can, but the insects are sticking with you for much longer than the smoke. It takes a few minutes for you to escape. The red marks on your skin start to burn. You put down the torch by rubbing it against the beaten track. Walker swishes his tail angrily as he gives you a reproachful look, pinning its ears back to its head. Unless you find an easier way to protect yourself, the insects will keep slowing you down. Well, that didn't help much. Ugh. For the most of the time, you're surrounded by yellow meadows. The trees on your left get sparser, while a few lonely birches on your right still bear the signs of tapping, marked with knife cuts tied with cords. Some of them still carry wooden vessels, as if they are simply abandoned. Maybe last spring, maybe before that. A few of the trees are already dried out, and the winds managed to knock them down. As you get closer to the crossroads, the ground gets muddy. The beaten path avoids the wetlands as much as can be. The screeches and hisses mixed with the buzzing of insects as you reach a small pond. There are signs of blood on its banks. The air is moist and heavy and has a hint of rotting meat to it. It may still be early, but it's better to avoid the bogs when nighttime approaches. Such places rarely have fine roads. The trees and bushes, the bogs are darker than forests. The local creatures start their hunt up to an hour earlier. Oh, shit. Well, it's a good thing I'm not sticking around here for long. The trees and bushes are sparse here, growing from the barren wasteland. Some of them bear late summer fruits. A group of... Oh, well, that's just annoying. Surround sound in my ear. A group of wayfarers is spread around the broken signpost and the abandoned cart. They're skinny but healthy and are standing upright. They're wearing humble, dim gambesons on top of their hemp tunics and pants, all of them worn in some cases undyed, while others are dark green or brown. 4 of these individuals wear cloaks and are armed with spears, bows, and stone maces. On their necks, wrists, and belts you spot small talismans, fangs, bones, wooden beads on leather straps. There's also the 5th figure, standing a bit in the back with lowered shoulders. Unlike the others, they're hooded, and in such a manner that you doubt they can see anything other than their boots. Their clothes are shabby and torn, but your eyes mostly run to their club. A bow as long as its owner is tall and thick as a leg, resting with one end on the ground. You get closer and the person raises the weapon with just one arm, but another traveler gestures for them to stop, and they do so right away, freezing in place. I stay on the saddle just in case. The man behind the gesture doesn't approach you, just nods.
Safe travels, stranger. It may be time before the evenfall. The bogs aren't safe. Better keep moving. You'll find an inn.
You try to digest his thick accent. He's broad-shouldered with a large belly, but the scars on his face sculpt an image of someone who's earned their fair share of food with many skirmishes. He doesn't reach for his weapon, and pushes one of his companions closer to the cart. He kneels by an empty box and looks inside of it. The man observes you with little curiosity. I nod at their cart. Need any help? Nice place for a camp. The air's a bit smelly, though. Greetings. I look at the gigantic club. Hold your weapons close if it makes you feel better. I show them my blade. I don't mind. I sigh. I'm just glad you're not highwaymen. Let's see. I'll just greet them, I think. Greetings. Gives you a slightly deeper nod this time, then looks at his companions, who simply shrug and spread to take a look at the cart. All but one with the bow don't move an inch. I can't say I have time to loaf. You've questions, ask. But be quick. Don't put us to sleep. Is this your cart? In a way, my neighbor's. You then hear one of the women proudly claiming that it belongs to her uncle, but the man doesn't allow you to dig into this topic. We used to carry wood and plants here from the village. But eventually there was not a thing to carry, and 'twas more for another day. It's trash now. What makes this place so special? He sighs. There used to be a forest garden. My great-grandparents started it to harvest various fruits and sap from birches. But those were other days. And other roads. There's nothing of value left. And no time for strange folks to take care of the land. Are you from around here? Very much so. And you're new to these roads. You know our home? No clue. White Marshes. It's there. He looks at the crossroad leading east. An old place, plenty for stories there, but they rarely reach the ears of strangers, especially these days. How can I reach White Marshes? It's not so hard if you have bones of food with you. Ride down the road, turn left, and take a gift to Thyrsis, the warden of our peat fields. He'll open the creepers for you, seeing your look. And seeing your look, he carries on. They're on the right path, one that'll take you to the village. Anything dangerous between here and there? Water hides saurians. Don't let your horse drink. Just stay on the road all the time. One of the women chips in. And don't follow voices or lights. Weird beasts lure humans into death And don't touch the creepers. He then stretches out and gets closer to the signpost using his spear as a walking stick. Well, stay safe, stranger. He raises his voice and addresses his companions. We wasted too much time. Time to get back. The others prepare their weapons and join their guide. The one with the bow stays silent until a gentle gesture commands them to follow. They keep up with the rest of the group, dragging the club behind themselves with remarkable strength. Well, if I didn't know any better, I would probably say that that individual is an undead. So where are we going? Are we going east or southeast? East? Looks like we're going east. You leave the wetlands behind. The pebbled road runs through the hillside with tall grasses and rock faces above you, and dark, lush forests below. Chunks of this path were shaped by human tools, who knows how many centuries ago, to widen it. The builders dug through uneven boulders and used rocks to fill up the cavities with thousands of rocks, even one smaller than your fist. While you have a good view of what's happening between the trees to your right, the bushes and shrubs grow so densely between them you can't imagine entering these woods on your own. Farther south there are plumes of smoke. A settlement, most likely. At the top of the hill, you reach a... At the top of the hill, you reach a stone wall, a quiet place with no smoke coming from behind it. You look inside and see the glimpse of a peaceful ruin. While the main road is beaten and easy for hooves to trod, the destroyed gate and the remains of the front yard have almost been reclaimed by the short grasses. You seek any suspicious movement, but the place seems to be free of inhabitants larger than a falcon. The air is fresh, and the wind shakes the tree crowns gently. I enter the yard. The hamlet could be a hunter's shelter, a military outpost, or a storehouse for traders, but you spot no fresh human trails. The damaged door and gate are years old, soggy and moldy, and judging by the squirrels, birds, and animal feces you see in the tall grass, this place is but a part of the wilderness. The roof collapsed only a few years back, turning into food for mushrooms. The outer wall looks generations old, but it used to be maintained. Some of its materials came from different times and areas. I'll go back behind the building. Whoa! Battle music. The chaos sparks right after you approach the tree stump. Dusk foxes growls like the sound like a mix of obnoxious birds and infants. One of the animals standing only a few feet away from you, just jumping and showcasing its tiny sharp teeth, and its raccoon-like black mask on its little head. The animal, with its thick brownish gray fur, seems more stout than any red fox. The second loud creature jumps onto a table made of halved trunk. Unlike the first one, it has a bright or golden fur, and bends one of its forelegs, observing you with its dark eyes. Not furious, not scared. Rather sad and protective, its growl turns into a miserable whine. The beasts are not even waist high, but their number may be an issue. There's yet another sound coming from behind you, and even more from bushes nearby. Aw, shit. I have enough time to judge the situation clearly. You take a quick glance and memorize your surroundings. There's 3 large creatures in your proximity. The third one is right behind you, and while loud, it's lumbering on its paws. The noises from the bushes belong to little pups, most likely harmless, though they're doing their best to imitate their guardians. Your sharp senses allow you to react right away. What do you think, chat? Do I kick one of them as quickly as I can, block their charge, or target the one behind me? The one behind me does not require a dice roll. That either means it's an instant success or an instant failure. Go from behind? Let's do it. Since the one behind me is weaker than the others, I run for it. You pass the weaker fox and run towards your belongings, encouraging the beast to chase you all the way to the gate as they growl with determination. For now, they stay in the shelter, filled with pride. You and Walker take a few steps away. The place was already abandoned, so I'll let the Dusk Foxes stay. They aren't threatening anyone. Are you really about to leave this place to its fate? Ooh. Actually, I could return here another day, try to scare them off. Oh, I need to do this now. It won't let me. I don't think I could come back here. Alright. I guess I need to get rid of these creatures. I don't have a potion that could help me here. Hang on. We're too wounded for this? We've got armor. Our Gambison can stop a few hits. Let's see what happens. My axe is enough. With the axe in hand, you enter the hamlet. The Dusk Foxes react right away, seeking new positions as they try to keep you in the front yard. The lumbering beast is running to your right, clinging to the wall, hoping to repeat its attack from behind. The golden one jumps on the tree stump, growling at you as it lowers its head. The last one, which seems to be the bravest, remains constant movement, pretending to attack you, then moving back. The pups stay far behind, relying on their protectors. I have to be faster than they are and trust my blade. I take the initiative, keep moving, cut whenever I have a chance. I need to use all of my strength. I'll let them get close, ready to cut only a few times, but for good. I need to rely on my Gambison, focus on protecting my legs and my hands. With a few lucky hits, I can scare them off. I think maybe this one is the way we go. Relying on my Gambison. Let's try it out. The brave fox is quick and nimble. You try to keep at it with distance. You try to keep it at a distance, aware that another fox is approaching you from the back. Slowly, but then you get hit by the golden critter, which is clinging to your armored shoulder with its claw and reaching for your neck. Your fine armor stops the pain completely, and you raise your arm. The fox's jaw is almost at the edge of its teeth, but you're conscious enough to grab it and throw it away, making it hit the wall with an unpleasant thud. You maintain your cold blood and swing your weapon at the fox that wants to bite your leg. It tries to dodge, but not quickly enough. You land a hit, and the whining beast moves away, leaving a trail of blood behind it. The pain scares away the two stronger foxes, and the third one is unwilling to attack you without assistance. You raise your blade, and they wait no longer. Stronger two run for their pups, grab them by their necks, and keeping their distance, carry them to the hole in the wall near the bare tree. They get through it with confident jumps. Before lumbering, one disappears into the wilderness, gives the pack shelter one last glance. Whoa-hey! I get back to Walker. Walker is observing the short grass, judging if grazing is worth the effort. Let's enter the ruined building. I think it's because our armor was so high that we got that off. It's a simple chamber with no furniture. That would explain its purpose. The fireplace is buried beneath the roof. You inspect the walls made of hundreds of small rocks dressed with a chisel. The trash is heavy from moisture. You push it with your boot. What starts a commotion among gray, disoriented bugs removing the rubble would take some effort, but for now, it doesn't look like there's anything of value left behind. With enough wood, a group of builders could restore this hamlet in just a few days. I could hang around for a bit and clean up this mess, but I'm so tired it would take me a long time. What do you think? Should I do it? It's midday. I'm going to do it. The task involves a lot of dirt, and you disturb whole armies of ants, worms, and bugs of all shapes and colors, which are feasting on wood, thatch, mushrooms, animal droppings, and one other. You prepare your gloves and some water. You throw smaller pieces of the roof over the wall and pull the larger ones through the main entrance. In your current condition, the work is rather exhausting, and you need to take a bit of a break. After 2 hours or so, you saw all there is to be found. The wood is beyond usage, but there are also no unpleasant surprises covered with dirt. If necessary, it would be easy to work with the remains. There were some scraps of bones, clothes, and leather among the rubble, as well as a broken club, but the only thing of value you found were 2 dragon bones dropped by someone under the wall. I washed the coins and put them in my pouch. Well, hey. Walker's trying to take a nap, but he gets interrupted by a bird that tries to rest on top of his saddle. Let's look around. Let's look at the stump. It's hard to say if these trees were cut to use their lumber at this very shelter or to carry them away. The stumps are already reclaimed by the fungi and bugs. There's also one trunk that was split in half horizontally, now serving as a table. Let's look at the... Whoa, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. Wall. The outer wall looks generations old, but it used to be maintained. Some of its materials came from different times and areas. Having no parapet, walk, or tower, it was meant to interfere with the roaming path of the wild creatures. It offers no real value in combat. Boxes. Darn, hang on. Tree. The trees, especially the one that grew into the wall, visibly struggles to survive in the local soil, but still serves as a shelter for birds and squirrels. You notice claw marks on the trunks, but you don't think they belong to dusk foxes. They're way too large. If humans were returned to this place, it may take some time before beasts realize this place is inhabited. Oh, I took a screenshot. Bushes. You start with the bushes growing in the front yard, not finding anything unusual about them, but you stop for longer at those growing just next to the rock face. The spot here smells with urine, and you move the leaves away to find a dark cave behind them. You can't say for sure what it hides, but you hear no water or draft. The wild plants are healthy. I grab my axe and gloves and get to chopping. There isn't a convenient way to simply grab the plants and cut at the wood. The wood is frustratingly resilient, and the volume of leaves limits your movements. With no proper tools at your disposal, you take little steps. Remove the twigs with your knife, then bend the branches to limit their flexibility, then slice, twist, and pull. It takes almost a half hour, but you finally reach a point where you can get through while letting in enough light to take a good look. The cave gets shorter the deeper it goes in, getting too small for most humans after just a few feet, but the entrance was used by someone as a hideout. There's a stool and trash inside, including a surprising amount of bones, and one thing catches your attention: a bronze axe. I pick it up. The handle is eaten by rot, unpleasant to touch. You break off a part without even trying, then lift the rest of the weapon by its cold blade. It's free of decorations with tiny notches on its sharp blade, but you don't doubt it's a fine piece of artisanship, of a higher quality than your own axe. Still, a decent bronze can endure centuries. With some sharpening, it may serve you well in combat. All you need to put it together is a set of tools. Maybe a trader would have some. I remove the old handle and put the head with the rest of my bundles. I guess that's all I've got here. Let's see if I can get back to... How much time do I have left in the day? 4 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, let's see if I can make it back to Howler's Dell. You ride through the open gates and carefully dismount. Some of the locals greet you politely, but they keep their distance after they notice the smell of dirt on your clothes. You no longer wonder why. You spend a few minutes with Walker, but before you reach the square, someone clears their throat. You turn towards a man in his fitters. In his 50s, with large hands, an elegant beard, and no hair. The stable master. He both introduces himself and answers an unspoken question. You frown, then realize that you indeed saw him before, and your palfrey was nicely taken care of during your first visit to the village.
Or rather, I am one, when 'tis necessary, but I'd rather grind flour, he says with annoyance. You do not think your beast waters itself, brings itself fodder from a storehouse, and cleans its own shit, nay? Takes time and hay. If 'tis, he points at your companion, is not gonna work for it, you better have a pouch at hand. You look behind you. The stables are not much more than an open shed, with piles of planks, 2 donkeys, and a bunch of napping chickens. Would a dragon bone be enough? He nods. For one day, aye, that's fair. He looks around, rubbing his hands together. Ooh, come to think of it, it's an opportunity for the village. Horse manure makes for great plant food. You describe what you've learned during your studies, and the man stops paying attention. Fine, fine, he sighs and turns around. I'll grab a shovel and a barrow. Issue solved. Nyuk, nyuk. I go to the main square. I'll look for Eric's the innkeeper. Oh, no, I could just sleep, actually.
And yes, please, let me buy a room. Your own room with a comfy bed, a locked door, and a lot of space. You'll also get a large breakfast, a wash tub with water and soap, and cleaning for your shoes and underwear. Thank goodness. This place rocks. Like most people, you wake in the middle of almost every night. Before your second sleep comes, you spend an hour or two taking care of your belongings, shell and soul. Some people spend this time with their friends, family, or lovers, but your routine is different. If you don't have to take care of essential tasks. I stretch my muscles and work out for a bit. I spend time outside observing stars and listening to the wild creatures. I check on Walker. It's a good time to brush it and make sure it has everything it needs. Best time to pray and think about my dreams. I just stay where I am, trying to ease my soul and focus on my breathing. I feel anxious during this time. Let's check on Walker. You spend the night in peace, in a clean bed with a tightly shut window and a warm blanket. In the morning, you find a stool placed in by your bed covered with an eggplant soup. A bowl of pears and some crumbly biscuits. Once you get dressed and go downstairs, a young boy who's covered in mud and speaks unusually loud and enthusiastically mentions that Walker has already been brushed and watered. You nod, but he's outside without he runs outside without noticing it. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying another bowl of either stew or gruel. Theus is nowhere to be seen. Alright. Let's leave the square. Might as well offer my services to the guards again. Actually, half a day for one dragon bone? I don't think I really need that. You're squeezed between the hills and the forests. The only larger beasts you spot is a single saurian basking on a boulder, lazily observing you from a distance. Your ears catch the howls coming from the north, long and loud, and as you keep an eye on the rock ledges, you almost miss the drastic shift in the landscape. The forest turns into a lake, and the few plants growing next to the road mostly bear fruit. The road is not as reliable here as it was in the hills. Parts of it are a bit muddy, and the puddles disturb your ride. Maybe the locals will maintain it before it gets swallowed by the lake. Or maybe not. No skin off my arse. The deep, loud yells of howlers are piercing in your ears. Concealing any other sound in the area, they're sitting on branches in the tall grass, not really trying to hide. Their thick black and gold furs cover their entire shells, aside from the charcoal black faces with roundish, flattened noses and wide nostrils. The younger members of the pack are about the size of your mount's head, but the larger ones would be chest high if it weren't for the fact that they walk on all fours. Their long tails are like an additional arm, helping them climb, hang from branches, or hold food while they eat. They aren't particularly muscular, but when they form their pink lips into the shape of cups to release their howls, their mouths are so wide they could fit your entire arm inside. As you listen to the shouts, you reach for your head. You feel a weird itch, but you somehow can't scratch it. I keep my distance, and I take a look at the hide behind the boulder. The whitish rawhide covers the grass like a blanket. Surrounded by paw prints, the howlers don't wait for you to approach it. One of the larger ones jumps on the ground, leaning on its hands, challenging you with its gaze. It has rather blunt teeth. What do you think I should do, chat? Should I try to scare the howler away? It worked pretty well with the motherfucking, It worked well with the dusk foxes. I need to find myself an alchemy table. Scare them off? Alright, let's do it. I try to scare the howlers away. You're yards away from the closest tree. The howlers are climbing, swinging, browsing the leaves, and seeking bugs in the meadow. Only a few of them pay attention to you. You could start an attack from a distance, but there's no way you could take down an entire pack. Best you can do is hope it's scaring them off. I can throw a few rocks at them. That might work. My education is not helping me in this particular instance. What do you think? Is it a big rock? Rock and roll? Let's rock it to Russia. I cast a few rocks at them. Your poor aim makes you hit the trunk, drawing the monkey's attention. They howl even louder, pointing at you and jumping between the branches. Your rocks don't hurt them much. They stay still thanks to their tails and cover their faces with their hands. The largest ones land in the grass. Great. I move forward. Confused howlers step back, not sure why you're running away. Not sure why you're not running away. I shout at the monkeys and swing my arms. At first you doubt your shout is going to be heard, but once you add to it your aggressive gestures, the creatures get quieter, allowing your voice to spread wider. Some of the smaller monkeys cuddle to each other and hide their faces. Those on the ground take the first few steps forward, but they keep looking to each other, as if hoping another one will get to you first. Time for the confrontation. Your head aches as if you're getting hit by a smith's hammer time and again. You want to touch your stomach to stop its strange movements, as if it's your guts are shaking and hitting another. You leap forward, reaching for my axe. You clash with one of the creatures. The blunt side of the weapon lands on its arm. You escape the beast's grapple, but the assailant doesn't even yell. You leap away, struggling to keep distance. Your next hit finally spills some blood, getting into the howler's shoulder, but the others are already surrounding you. You look for a way to escape their approach. Having no shields, you're vulnerable from all sides. I turn towards my next opponent. You look around, then duck. Another creature tries to jump at you from your left. The monkeys are determined to get to you, led more by their fury than their fear. There's no chance you could face them in a fair fight. I run as fast as I can. You get into the saddle, followed by the angry shouts. Walker is more than ready to flee. Its ears are held back, nostrils wrinkles. You wonder if it suffered from the howls. Let's vamoose. Well, that did a fat lot of good. The lakeside is filled with chirping of cicadas and crickets, as well as the roaring of beasts from the northern hills. Farther down the road, you see tall yellow grasses interwoven with flowers and bumblebees, while the peaceful water shines just as much as the wings of dragonflies. This road is often traveled, and the clatter of hooves carries far. Thanks to the vast field of view, the creatures hiding in the meadows are unlikely to jump on an animal as large as Walker. In the distance, you see a palisade and a large building set across the side of the road. Once you get closer, you hear a conversation from behind the wall. Two men are arguing about if what they really just heard was a horse. There's no signpost nearby. I'd better ask them for directions. Walker carries you towards the open gate on its own, welcoming an opportunity to rest by pushing out the air loudly through its nostrils. A nearby wooden pen won't offer much space for a horse, but it should be enough for grazing and a nap. As you dismount, two men get up from the front stairs. Their clean-shaven faces reveal they're in their early 20s. The first one is taller than you, broad-shouldered, and wears light brown pants and a darker jacket. Both of them made of leather. With an inviting smile, he gets up and moves to the open enclosure. His steps are heavy and slow, but every movement is marked with care, ensuring he won't knock down anyone or anything. The second man looks as different from his colleague as the sun from the moon. He's unusually short and wears a heavy cloak made of black fur, so large it could cover his entire shell. He opens the door of the building, hides his hand, and peeks into the room. "Foggy!" His voice is shrill and unconcerned. "A messenger! Come!" I take off some of my bundles and let my horse rest. A hanging barrel sways in the wind, marking the place as an inn or a tavern. The building resembles a merchant's house from Havlevin, whitewashed and with oiled, elegant wooden beams. The fragile walls are high enough to avoid floods and snow, but you have no doubt that a troll or even a pebbler could easily break through them. The palisade is short and hardly has any support, and has no walkway for a crossbowman, hardly enough for even a makeshift hamlet. Yet, it's the open harbor that makes you uneasy. Aside from the fish, any creature, aquatic or not, could just walk onto the yard undisturbed. The path is covered with paw prints and claw marks. Better not leave Walker outside at night. A black and white bird swoops into the water, then flaps its wings and takes off with a silver twitching creature in its talons. The large man clears his throat. "And what have we here? Coming from afar, friend? Are there now horses and howlers?" His voice is stentorian, close to a shout. You vaguely recognize his accent as those found in the city harbor. Quite far, kind soul. Walker came with me from Havlevin. I laugh. Far away indeed. You can't see it from here. They have donkeys and moflins, but no horses. I come from the city. I stare at him in silence and look at the door, waiting for the keeper of this place. Yeah, I have a long journey behind me. I need a place to rest. Maybe I'll be playful with him. I laugh. Far away indeed. You can't see it from here. He puts his hand to his forehead and pretends to look out for something above the lake. But I do see well enough. The city hides in your voice. A long way you had. You hear heavy footsteps. A woman shows up in the doorway and looks at you from the top of the stairs. She's even more towering and stout than her son. The man who just welcomed you with a massive chest and pear-shaped face. With a prominent chin. Her movements are composed and confident. She may be older than 50 with a mixture of gray and dark blonde hair. She has only one arm, the left one, notably muscular, with a hand so large it could likely chop off Walker's head with a single strike, or crush yours like a berry. Through the slit of her robe, made of creamy worn fur, you spot her trunk-like legs. She runs her eyes over your blade, armor, and mount, her lips forming into something of a smile, distorted by the scar that runs through her mouth. The tall guy looks a lot like her. He spreads his arms, forming a chain between you and her. Meet Foggy, friend. Ma, the rider, has come to us from Hovlevin. Such a long way. His powerful voice turns timid and he keeps turning his head left to right and back. I bet you're hungry, eh? The woman looks at him with amusement, then glances at your palfrey. If you're after food, I hope you know how to hunt. The land here is barren for us, but it's a feast for boars, squirrels, and sparrows. She vaguely stretches out her only hand. What brings you to Foggy Lake, love? Just stopping by? Her voice is hoarse, like that of a traveler who spent too many autumn nights in cold tents, yet carries a hint of motherly concern. I close the animal pen behind me and turn towards the stairs. You won't find another shelter in this part of the world, part of the Dragon Woods, especially not in creeks. She scratches her broad chin with sausage-like fingers. You drink? I smile in good company. I shake my head gently. I don't, but go ahead, I'll accompany you. I make a single loud clap and rub my hands together. I wouldn't dare insult your hospitality. I nod from time to time. I shake my head only if there's no water around. I raise my open palms only with those I trust. I put on a weak smile, not on an empty stomach. I sigh, I'm afraid not. Stronger drinks give me nightmares. Oh my goodness. Aeon Protect Gaming, thank you for the raid with a party of 27. We solved the fish. Good job, you did it. I'm not sure what that means, but I believe in you. I'm over here playing Roadwarden. A fun little text adventure. Do you guys want to see my channel trailer?
Stop killing people. I'm literally neurodivergent, and also a minor. Well,
Howdy, name's Mitsuo, but you can call me Poison.
I mean, I go.
I am a genius! Oh no!
I need to pop out a fucking baby! I need to fuck! I need to come!
Wait, does that mean I win? I'll take the ugly one with the hairy puss. Safety is my number one priority.
Fellas.
21.
Oh, sorry.
All that and more right here on twitch.tv/DistortionDevil. 21. Fellas. 21. There's a longer cut of that coming soon for the YouTube, but Twitch only allows under 60 seconds for the channel trailer. But yes, we're here playing Roadwarden, a fun little text adventure. And I'm playing as Otho, if you can believe it or not. Otho the Roadwarden. He is a scholar, which means he is literate and his education helps him solve many mysteries. And he has alchemy expertise. He's clean. He's got slight combat experience. Spared animals. Depending on your beliefs, saving and sparing animals either makes you a weakling or soothes your soul. His faith is undetermined. He said no lies. Lying gives you quick benefits but may turn against you after some time. Some lies are difficult to pull off for an unexperienced liar. Sewing and gambling. Yeah. Although Otho has successfully gambled before. My first guess would have been Wolfgang, but Otho is good too. Well... That's what this save is for. Gotta grab food. I'm so hungry. Have a great time. Thank you so much, Mark. Thanks for the raid. Have a good food. Let's see. I'll say in good company. That's what I like to hear. Her brief, powerful laughter is enough to scare away the birds from above the lake. Your mount lets out a fearful snort. Let's not wait, then. Come, dear, share a story with me, and a mug. Without waiting for your response, she walks inside. The tall man takes a deep breath. Go ahead, we'll take care of your horse. He encourages you with a gesture. And by that, he means we won't do anything with it, adds the man in black fur. Whenever his screechy words follow the deep voices of his companions, he sounds like a brat. He won't be feeding or washing beasts that aren't going in a stew, but we'll keep an eye on it. They find new spots to rest, the side of a boat and a stool near the palisade. I ask them if they plan to join us. The large man chuckles. We don't have any guards. We need to stay sharp. No drinking. No leaving valued possessions behind. He nods towards your horse. We'll feast in winter when we get a break from this place. I nod and go up the stairs. The narrow, segmented window shutters let in a lot of light without letting beasts inside. The air is humid but carries not a hint of putridity. The heels of Foggy's boots make her steps thunder even though the planks don't creak. Make yourself at home, she says without looking at you, heading to the trap door in the corner. I'll just grab a little something. Your ears catch the screeches of hunting birds and the wind that leaks in through the windows, but other than that, the room is quiet. I investigate the main hall. The room is crammed with stuff. The bear pelt on the ground would be a nice resting spot, but the place doesn't look like a real home. No chests, no cabinets for clothes, no toys or tools for simple crafts that would come from a time during rainy evenings. Living with so many windows in winter would be a struggle. One could clear this place in one morning and move all that's worth saving into a single wagon. The only things of exceptional value are the cauldron made of pricey steel, and the hanging head of an insect-like monster. Its mandibles don't move, the dim eyes seem intact, and its armored head tells a long story of survival through scratches and cuts. I look where the ladder leads. You climb up the simple rope ladder and reach the attic. It smells like a haystack. The floor is covered with animal furs, bags, and clothes. There is a soul sitting in the corner, a bearded man in his 20s who has only the right hand, though unlike the tavern keeper, he has kept the rest of his arm. His sleepy eyes observe you without a word. After he greets you with a nod, he starts to put on his boots. I checked the basement. The meager light hinders your view. There are dozens of barrels, sacks, stone tools, bones, pieces of roasted fish or bird meat. Foggy notices you, but doesn't say anything. She looks for something among a bunch of bottles. There's a couple more animal trophies placed on the top of the barrels, leaning against the walls. Fangs, claws, monster heads, and lizard skins. Quite a collection. I sit down at the table and wait for the keeper's return. You take a glance at the blood on the table, the scattered yellow feathers, and a bowl of guts and talons. You find yourself a clean stool. Foggy shows up soon, smiling, holding 2 cups in her hand, a bottle in her fingers, and a cloth under her shoulder. She puts everything on a stool and wipes up the table clean. Forgive the mess, just part of the job, she explains without a hint of an apology. I'd rather dress birds in the yard, but the blood lures in beasts. Sometimes the folks from the creeks bring us meals, but we need to take care of ourselves. She throws the bloody cloth back into the bucket, making a splash, then sits down on a stool, making it look like it was made for a doll. She rests her elbow on the table and looks at you in the eyes. Her voice is warm yet intrusive. So, who am I dealing with? I introduce myself. The bottle removes its seal seemingly by itself. The wax floats into the air briefly, then lands on the table gently. Without a word, she pours a thick liquid into the cups with her only hand, but doesn't offer you your drink just yet. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. She looks at you for a moment longer, without the slightest movement. And why do you think he's here? Is he here? Her face darkens and she scratches her knee. Don't upset me. All I'm saying is that he might have been here, wounded or ill. I'm not trying to lure you into a game. Every soul's got a game, though some are not ready to admit it. But no, I don't think he was struggling with health last time I saw him. When was the last time you saw Asterion? She glances at a window. Same as the others in the late days of spring. We were waiting for his return, me and the other villages, then moved on. I have no idea where he went. All of the villages, you say? She turns towards you with the fierceness of a bear. That's what I said. What can you tell me about him? She rests her only hand across her stomach, which you can identify as her version of crossing her arms. A customer and an errand runner. What's there to say? Your additional questions don't get many more answers. She brings up the man's looks and equipment without adding much to what you've already learned from Tulia. He was paying with dragons, rarely bartered. She adds, "That's what city folk do, yeah? That's what city folk do, eh? Seeking riches, then locking themselves in a chamber, prisoners of their might. I see no problem with that. Sure you don't. You can hide away from the awoken and the beasts, but having a safe life is the dream of the fools. The next plague, the next war, the next dragon will come. There's nowhere we can hide but a pyre. Did he do any jobs for you? She presses her tongue against her cheek and lips. Well, I'm not sure. He was bringing me news or delivering my messages, sold me some stuff sometimes, bought a thing or two. His life wasn't really that riveting. Just another mug guzzler sitting in the corner, patching his clothes. Did he sell you anything unusual? She stares at you without blinking. Such as what? Something useful. Maybe I could buy it back. The scar on her lips distorts her smile. It just so happens, she hesitates, I promised to keep it around for some time. Ask me later, maybe after you've shown us what you're made of. I'll see what I can offer. You don't sound especially bothered by his disappearance. You see me as someone eager to make friends with a vagabond? I'll take it as a compliment to my skills as a tavern keep. Folks come and go, their faces disappear. Friends die in my arms. She pauses. Families fade away. There was a different road warden years ago, and there's another one now. But there's only one Foggy in the north, and one Illin. That slow son of mine, and one Creeks. I only have so many tears to spare. We'll return to this later. Maybe. Once our souls are too restless to stay quiet. But now, go ahead. Enjoy your drink. You raise the cup to your nose. You smell flowers, yeast, and hops. The liquid is golden on the edges, but resembles red amber at the center. It's as thick as an herbal medicament. You take a look at your companion, seeing a hint of what's expected from you. In some places, people gulp down their mead, but your vessel allows you to appreciate the aroma. The huge keeper smiles and takes a sip. You follow her lead, allowing your drink to pass your lips. It's warm, hiding none of its subtleties. Drinking mead is a never-ending conflict between holding the taste in your mouth and saving yourself from the tormenting sweetness of honey. Yet the flavors of flowers are just as present. Too difficult to capture just yet. Foggy leans forward with an elbow resting on the table. Well, for me, it's a lazy day. At least the rains spare us. So nicely holding off till the evenings. What's the story behind this place? It can't be more than a few years old. It's our third summer under the roof of Foggy Lake, but the palisade is older. It used to be a camping spot for the bird catchers from the creeks. And there are fish here that don't swim in our streams. When we were but newcomers in the north, these lands were hard to bend, but the beasts got used to us with time. A melancholy crawls into her eyes. She observes the mead in her cup. Every year or so, we added something new. The rocks for a campfire, some stools, a fence, a firewood shed, a boat. At one point, we brought the lumber from White Marshes and built a cabin like the one at the Eastern Road. More folks started resting here, even traders from Gale Rocks and Old Pagos. A plenty fine spot for an inn, eh? Her smile is warm. I'm building my home from nothing, you could say, and not for the first time. About you? Any of it sound tempting? That's something I can ask myself after I've saved some dragon bones. I used to be like that, waiting with decisions until I had no other option. But when nights are colder, it's good to think you're getting closer to your goal, to something you can name. Her eyes turn absent. How do you stay safe from the beasts? You're completely open from the lake. Quick legs, love. Her brief yet thunderous laughter makes you flinch. We don't leave any food outside, but our cauldron smells. Every now and again, something scary shows up. We lock ourselves in here, for days if we have to. Our windows help us keep an eye on the yard, better than leaving the hamlet to goblins. You mentioned that having no wall from the lake is quite the risk. She nods in agreement and takes another sip. We don't bring children and old folks around, but this part of the peninsula is not so bad, at least in sunlight. Not much food growing or running around unless you can live on fish and birds. And the folks of creeks are great hunters, the greatest around. But there isn't a harbor in the city. Isn't there a harbor in the city as well? How do you keep creatures away? They're used to avoiding Hovlivin. The guards and sailors make it too dangerous for them. See, that's what I hope for. With enough time and crossbows, walls can only get safer. I just have to play it smart and take some risks. So far, it's working. Any interesting beasts you hunt for? Oh, I hunt for nothing, she smirks. Not since I lost my arm. And the boys outside are not made for it either. They have no drive to fight, you see, and grew up to be wimps. They sometimes club down a hare, but we're all about foraging and bird traps now. The folks in creeks do the real hunting, she adds after a pause. Runners, moflins, rats, sometimes a buffalo or a saurian. We have no soil for fields, so game meat is all we have left. She stretches out, getting even taller. Do you hunt often? In Hovlivin, you won't find much game aside from rats and pigeons. It used to be the same in the capital. Kids taught one another how to hit them with rocks, and we still eat those around here. Not much glory in easy kills, but they're better than bark. What brought you to the north? You don't exactly look like someone who spends their life cleaning tables. Once you burn enough dead friends and relatives, clean tables start to look plenty tempting. She leans forward and takes another look at her bottle, sealing it with an approving nod. My ma and pa were both big, strong. My ma and my pa were both big and strong. One time, they saw me sitting on this kid, twisting his arm, so they started to teach me. Staff duels, running, lifting barrels and rocks. Thankfully, the army chieftain said I wasn't disciplined enough. She rubs the scars on her forehead. So I did a lot of things. Escorted some merchants, joined a group of adventurers, hunted for bounties, guarded a village temple. Oh my goodness, Brawl Kaiser, thank you for the raid with a party of 9. How's it going? We're just here playing some Roadwarden, and we're probably going to wrap the stream up here, but do you want to see my channel trailer?
Stop killing people. I'm literally neurodivergent, and also a minor. Well,
Howdy, name's Mitsuo, but you can call me Poison.
I mean, I got.
I am a genius! Oh no! I need to pop out a fucking baby! I need to fuck! I need to come! Wait, does that mean I win? I'll take the ugly one with the hairy puss. Safety is my number one priority.
Fellas.
21.
Oh, sorry.
And there it is. Thank you so much for the raid, Brawl Kaiser. Appreciate it. Hope your stream went well. Let's see, where was I? So I did a lot of things. Escorted some merchants, joined a group of adventurers, hunted for bounties, guarded a village temple. The last memory makes her voice gloomy. Not all of these things make me proud of myself. She smells the mead in her cup but doesn't take a sip. I moved here only after I lost my arm. When the folks were fleeing the invasion, I took my elan, a casket of dragons, and joined a more organized group. Arm or not, I still have a fierce punch. She lets out a pleased grunt. I was worth keeping around. Her voice can't hide that she's delighted to carry on with her tale. Now that the years are catching up to me, and even more so with my back, I need to build myself a decent shelter. I crave new adventures, but I'm happy to hear stories from other restless souls. In the meantime, I'll practice this little trick. She points at the cauldron in the middle of the room and starts to make circles with her finger. The ladle mimics the movement, mixing the stew for another minute or two. That's also good for my back. So you can move things with your thoughts? She chuckles. Why can't you? I smile. Now that's a mystery. She chuckles. Aye, let's hope you won't need to use it on your journeys, or that winter will never come, or that wolves will cuddle with moflins. Your name's Foggy, and this is Foggy Lake. Is the tavern named after you, or after the lake? Ah, the lake has no name. She moves her cup away and leans forward, resting on her elbow on the table. Her voice is playful, yet warm. Yet. I mean, there'll be stories about this place, believe me, and about passing by the lake while getting to Foggy's. I may not be a dragon slayer or a holy woman, but one way or another, my soul will live on in my name, tied to these walls. She looks at you in silence, then bursts into laughter. You could swear she makes the jars shake. I'm plenty fine being vain. Not everything that's vain is wrong. She observes you in silence and lets out a chuckle. Very true. Eating tidbits may be dumb, but in fair shares keeps our souls stronger. I nod towards the spot where her right arm should be. Any story there? She leans back, moving her shoulders and chest up and down as if she's having a soundless chuckle. Not one I'm going to share with a newcomer, dear. Stay alive until next autumn. I'll open a cask of cold cider and tell you quite a tale. It has treason, treasure, monsters, dark spells. But I'm way too sober for it now. She grabs her cup, and her wink turns into an awkward blink. What's going to happen next? Will you build a real wall? Why not? Then grow my connections in the villages, buy more hard drinks, build another shed, a cabin, even. And hire a private warden for these roads, you know, for my guests. She sips from her cup, looking at you. But it's all in the distant future. We at Creeks need to take care of the eastern route, clear it for traders. Without trade, all I have is the locals, and they don't even use dragon bones. But why do you care, dear? You planning to stay around? I hope to spend a longer time in Havlavin. She lets out a fake long sigh. Earning what dragons you can and returning to the behind the walls, are you? A smart plan. At least as smart as it goes for someone willing to even start a journey. You seem to be into some expensive drinks. The pricey ones are gifts I received or treasures I found when I was young. I also bought a few, I like to offer something unusual to the wealthier or more promising guests. She tilts her cup. I dabbled with some recipes myself. I have plenty of brewing tools, though I can name maybe half of them. Still, from ales to hard drinks, I had some successes. Let's change the topic. I must say, love, I rarely meet folks with that many questions. She gives you a warm look. What hides beneath them? I was hoping to learn something useful. She burst into laughter. Can't say now if you're more of a trader seeking a chance wherever they are, or one down-to-earth traveler. A little bit of both, most likely. Her grin is worthy of a wolf. Safety and risk don't go hand in hand, I'd say, but I look forward to seeing your results. Well, with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and call the stream there. We've been going for a good 4 hours now. Just about. So let me go ahead and park the stream right there. And we'll get back to this when we get back to it. I'm not sure when I'll be doing another Sunday stream because Roll With Me is back on next week. But in the meantime, thank you so much for stopping by. Now let's see who we can raid. Oh. Apparently there's a game that came out very recently that is a visual novel. Windy Meadow, a Roadwarden tale. It's a bit more colorful. Very cool. I may have to check this out. But in the meantime, I need to fucking get to the... let's read Bracky, why not? Her raid message will be monkey. Take care, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow for some card games, probably. Bye-bye!